Okay, people, I just had to restart this recording and I had demonstrated the app that we made yesterday. Um, and I realised that I hadn't turned my mic and that on, so it was recording through my laptop mic, which was bad. Anyway, so what I'll do is I'll quickly run you through what I had just recorded. So this is the app we made yesterday. The idea of the video yesterday, it started out as I'm just going to demonstrate how to make a bot farm, right? And we're going to make all the bots bunnies, and each bunny was going to have, well, they do have their own personalities, and they become attached to a mega influencer, and they fall in love slowly, more and more with their chosen mega influencer, and they become kind of funnier and funnier in their little psycho ways, and they fiercely defend their mega influencers. So if anyone posts a negative comment on a reply to a mega influencer's tweet, the little bunnies would fiercely defend, and they start attacking those accounts, right, that are attacking the mega influencer. So and the bunnies can breed, and so the little bunny family grows, and you end up with like psycho bunnies everywhere. And the app, like this is all in theory, okay. And I mean, I got it working. I'll show you that in a second. And anyone could download the app, and it was all automated and whatnot. So anyone anywhere in the planet could download the app and breed their own bunny farm, right? So you would just flood the internet with these little funny, lovable but psycho bunnies, right? And it would generate an image for little bunnies, and you could evolve the app into doing videos and all sorts of stuff. But um, I was only doing it as a demonstration to people of how to build a bot farm, right? And I don't want people building bot farms. So there's a couple of things I didn't talk about how you could do, right, to bypass human detection on Facebook and X and that. Don't start doing that shit. It's bad enough as it is. The only reason I would be okay with people creating bots is if they were targeting other bots, right? And that is happening. There is a war bots versus bots, because there's all these sex bots and stuff, and it's just the people behind those accounts that are just taking money off people um, using this type of software. I just think it's disgusting, you know. So the way to combat it is you can sit around on YouTube and whinge about it to your users, but to actually have an impact on what's happening, you actually have to create a bot farm that goes and hunts down those bots and starts tying up all of their time by replying and commenting those posts, right? So you overwhelm the bots with bots, right? um, there are positives and negatives to doing all that stuff, but so there are different use cases for bots, right? You can use them to get really wealthy. I'm really not interested in doing that myself, but the demonstration, I'll put the link to that video. It's 4 hours long, but there's some really valuable information in there, and it actually walks you through how to do it, right? So, and the software to use, it's all open source stuff, so it's free, predominantly free. Yeah, but anyway, we ended up with this app here because the app evolved. The use of the app evolved as I was creating, and I started realizing actually there's some really valuable functions in this app which are legitimate. So the app kind of evolved. I've woken up this morning and I have a clear direction for this app, which is a really legitimate, quite valuable use case. So at the moment, the app is set up that it's set up like like a little bunny military center. So Mega Bunny Command Center. The mission types. So I've set up four, but I refined one mission to get it working. I didn't worry about the other ones. I finished work at about 12 o'clock last night, and it's now 7:20. So I started this morning about, I don't know, quarter to seven or something. Um, and it's really satisfying actually to see the stuff actually start working. And we're using AI to build all the stuff too, so you don't have to spend hours going and finding code and then copy pasting the code and then gluing the code together and then refining the code. You don't have to do that, right? You can use Google, Gemini, you can use GPT, and you can use Claude Sonnet, right, in this one app here, right, to do all your code for you. So the more you use it, the better you get at guiding the AI to help you build these really high value apps. And you can personalize the apps for your own use case, right? It's really a game changer. Okay, so I'll just do one more demonstration. I already did a demonstration, but like I said, I didn't have my mic set up. So what it does is it goes and this is a repost mission. So proceed to load out. So we're going to look for we're looking for an enemy target, acquire target. We choose a bunny, and all of this could be automated. That's what makes it a bot farm, is when you automate this process. But I wanted to stay within terms and services of the X platform. So if I automated this part, it would break terms of service potentially. So I'm not interested in doing that. So this is a manual process, but it could be automated, right? Okay, so these bunnies have little personalities. They have, so the way they write um, is the baby girl, punk, business, child, emo, punk, psychologist. And so what the AI did, it was quite fascinating to watch actually. It went and found a whole bunch of mega influencers, then it went and found a whole bunch of Democrat people, and then it's in the May, and then it created bunnies based off the mega influences. So that one there is actually based off Dr. Jordan Peterson, for instance, psychologist, right? I didn't refine the bots that much, so the names aren't that great, and really I would like them to have more archetypes as well, so more complex than just child or emo or punk or psychologist. But they're all programmed to be staunch patriot Trump supporters, love MAGA, love America. So they all have that built into them, and Jesus as well, actually built in that they have conservative foundation. So they're pretty cool little bots, right? And they're all pretty little edgy. It's kind of like little cartoon bunnies, right? They have these little funny personalities and stuff. Um, so um, they would you can very quickly get AI to tweak the bots and refine them and make them more complex characters and that. But we're not going to do that actually because that's the bot side of it. Um, and at the moment, so we'll do a post and I'll explain that and I'll explain the direction of this app for today. Uh, da, 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 who are we targeting? Adam Schiff. We're targeting Adam Schiff, and let's go with Dr. Jordan Peterson because actually it writes some pretty funny stuff. Excuse me. Okay, so acquire target, select operative, now prepare response. Now watch how quickly this works. So what it's going to do is it's going to go and get Adam Schiff's latest tweet, and then it's going to evaluate that tweet, and then it's going to write a response based off this bunny's personality type and language style. Okay, and watch how quickly it happens. Bang, done. Right. So, um, Dr. Fluff and Stuff calls BS. Let's analyse that liberal logic, selective outrage, ignoring the pre-existing economic woes conveniently blamed on Trump, economic reality, blah, blah, blah. Now, if I was going to refine this further, I would make it tag my tag Donald Trump instead of just mentioning Trump. So I could train the bots, train the bunnies. So they'd get better and better at what they're actually saying and who they're tagging. You know, you evaluate, are they annoying our team too much or whatever, right? Um, and obviously you can refine you know, over time the bunnies would get better at what hashtags they're using in that, because it stores all that information in their personality types in these files here, right, in JSONs and stuff, right? But we're going to remove the bunnies today, but we're still going to retain the ability to target people on Twitter quickly, and we're going to add some other valuable tools to this app so that it's not just a weapon to use on Twitter. Okay, so this is actually a pretty cool app. Um, it's for demonstration purposes, but in saying that, we're actually going to build something into this app today that's pretty cool. It's based off an app that someone else built. All right. Yeah. So anyway, let's get into it. So if I fire, so the whole thing's set up like a military operation. So fire. Okay. Transmission successful. All right. So uh, the reason it says ready is to do with API calls and stuff like that. It actually has a countdown to like a cooldown period, like you've just fired a missile. So you go reload or whatever. But anyway, we're gonna evolve this user interface and the features of this app really quickly. So I'll stop dribbling on. We'll go and check to see if it actually did post that tweet, and you will see that it did. There we go. Oh, no, there's the David Hogg one. Should have said it did. Yeah, there we go. So there we go. So it posted the tweet. All right. Okay, so but it's posting from my personal profile to stay in, terms of service of X. So the bunny thing is a bit difficult to get working in that instance. Well, there's just no point having that there, alright? So what we're going to do is we're going to remove the bunnies, even though it was a cool, funny little exercise, and you could do that yourself if you wanted to run a bunny farm. But I'm going to remove that because it was just a demonstration. And funny as it was, and a good idea as it actually is, to have bunnies attach themselves to mega influencers and stuff and breed and spread around the planet. Because the more people that download the app and start using it, you know, you'd end up with bunnies everywhere. But we're going to devolve from that. So what we're going to do is we're going to make the app so that it just actually just tweets from your personal account using AI. So as you can see, what it did was it quickly went and now we're going to evolve this part here to the what it writes, and we're going to evolve it to get links to evidence that what they're saying is bullshit. So the idea is that the repost is all the replies, so that's the different mission types on the app. Um, okay, you can get it to reply, repost, um, to defend one of your mega influencers. So if your mega influencer says something or posts something, it will go. So the defense force, they go and look for negative replies and they reply to those replies, with evidence backing up what your mega influencer said. All right, so it's pretty cool actually. All right, when you think about it. Um, but what we're going to do is we're going to remove the bunny side of things, and we're just going to make it so it works from your personal profile. Okay, and you'll be able to download this app and use it. And I think I'll be working on this app ongoing. So I will continually upload um, update updated versions of the app. And you'll be able to download it for free and use it for free. I'm not charging anything at the moment, although I'm saying that in the future, because of the ideas of that is the idea that it's evolved into what this app's capable of, it's not that I want to charge a monthly fee, it's that to build some things into it, including actually this X API, they charge me, right? For every time you run a request or do something on it, I get charged, right? So There are free tiers, and this is on the free tiers at the moment. But if I put this out to the public with my uh, API keys and that in it, you'll be using, I'll get charged for that, right? And so a million people download the app and make one request, that's me bankrupted for life, right? Um, so I guess I might as well divulge it. I'm looking at building something not too dissimilar to this, and this is actually what people that have clicked on to what you need to do with AI. Um, people much more clued up than me. Like Anthropic has taken VS Code, which is open source. That's what this is, kind of, right? So this is Cursor, but it's based off VS Code. So they've taken the open source software, Visual Studio Code, which is an industry standard coding platform, IDE, and they've built agent ability into it. So they've built AI into VS Code, so the AI will not just write the code, so you have to copy paste it, but it actually edits your files. It looks at your files, evaluates your code, and you ask it to complete functions and features like, can you make my app do this? And it goes, oh yeah, sure, and right. So that's really high value stuff. But what they've done is they have API in here, right? So that's GPT, that's Google's Gemini, that's Claude Sonnet. And in the settings, I won't open mine because it'll show you my API keys for other services like Grok and that. But you can actually add Grok and all that in here too. So even though these ones are the default preloaded into the chat down here, you can switch from each LLM. You can actually load other ones into it too. So that's a big clue as to what we're going to do with this app today. Okay, but we're going to, at this stage, make this a political weapon. Okay, obviously not trying to break any laws or anything like that, but what we're going to do is we're going to gather a ton of information off the internet, for rep information, phone numbers, email addresses, all that sort of stuff, um, and all of their Twitter handles, their Facebook usernames, everything, right? And we're going to turn this app into a little weapon. Not so much a weapon. I'm going to be, saying it's a weapon, but really what it is a digital tool to allow you to quickly respond to any campaigns being run by any political influencers or members of Congress and stuff like that. So you'll have access immediately to their phone numbers, their Facebooks. Not only will you have access to that stuff because you could say, oh, I could just use Google for that, right? But you'll be able to respond. It will go and retrieve the latest bullshit, and then there'll be options to like call this person, email this person, and AI will go and get the evidence to dispute what they're saying to educate you or help you, right? It'll write the response. You can get it to write an email, get it to write a Facebook post, get it to write, create an image, whatever. But the idea is that really what it is to help you combat mis and disinformation faster yourself. So you're not relying on digital platforms to do it for you, right? You are relying on AI to go and get research information and bring it back. You saw how quickly it did it making this post, right? We can get it to do the same thing for anything. So it will look at what people are posting on Twitter or Facebook or whatever, in the news even. It'll evaluate the article or the post, and then it will come back with evidence to dispute or an argument against what that person is trying to say. And then you'll be able to take that response and email it, phone them, um, create an X post or a Facebook post or whatever, right? So that is a pretty powerful tool to use because it saves you searching for them on Facebook or Twitter. Um, it, this will also give you an idea of what the news of the day is, like what the messages of the day. because we can set the app up to go and look at what all of these people are saying and evaluate what's the main message they're all trying to put out today. So if they're all working together and they put out a message at the same time, like a campaign, right, about a certain subject, AI will be able to evaluate that and say, this is what they're hitting today, and then you can respond, right? So really high value stuff and a very helpful tool. So that's what we're doing with this app today, okay? So yesterday we created all that. Now, after I stopped recording, I evolved the app. As you can see, I evolved it. It's a desktop app. This is a lot more evolved than the initial one when I had up and running when I stopped the recording yesterday. Hang on, I can just hear something. Oh, you're home, Leon. Oh, sorry, mate. Um, yeah, right. So, okay, I'm just gonna quickly do something. Oh no, let's get into it. So, um, at the end of every session, I do a cleanup. Okay, so I did a backup. So there's a backup of the project now in web projects. So that's the app and that's the backup. Okay, so in the backup, it's actually got more files and stuff because I backed it up before I started doing the cleanup. Because sometimes during cleanup of the workspace, and deleting unused code and stuff like that, because you app evolved, particularly this app evolved, the use case for it evolved. So yeah, and it all happened very quickly. So there ended up being code chunks and stuff that weren't being used anymore, and I wasn't keeping a close eye on it, writing notes and stuff like that. Like you should really write readmes and update the readmes probably every half hour or something, so you can keep track of what's been developed and what's you can go back through and edit the chunks and stuff. But so I wasn't really doing that properly. So that's something to be aware of, that every probably half hour or something, or every time you run a big exercise, which might only take 5 minutes, you should make a note of that in a README file. And you should probably have a series of READMEs as well, like a README to do with security, a README to do with styling, a README to do with functions. Each function could potentially have its own README. And the folder structure should grow too, because you want to keep everything. You don't want all your code in one file, right? All the functions, there's different functions and features. You don't really want all that code in one file, right? It's not an efficient way or an organized way for your workspace. Right, so um, every half hour to an hour, you really should stop doing further development and come in and clean up your workspace and expand on your directory structure for the functions and features as they evolve. All right. Okay. So yesterday I did the backup as I just showed you, and then I did a cleanup, but I didn't do any testing, and potentially AI deleted some stuff that was being used. Probably not, but we'll find out in a second. And it won't matter too much because we can rebuild it using AI, right? So I'd rather actually delete, only because I did so much. There was so much evolving of this app and its functions and features yesterday that there there's more likely than not chunks of code that are not being used anymore. So I the approach that I took was, well, I'd rather just delete a bunch of stuff and risk deleting some stuff that is being used, um, uh, because then I'm more likely to get rid of code that's not being used, and then I can just get AI to evaluate the current situation and the functions and features as they are now working on the app, and then get it to rebuild any little missing parts that it deleted. Right? So that's the approach that I'm sort of taking with this. Okay, and right, so and then after the cleanup, I tell it to update the README, do a detailed wireframe of the project, and that way, when I clean the chat out, because now I've opened a new chat here, right? So it won't remember anything that we did yesterday. Okay. Now this IDE cursor, it does actually index the code base, so there is actually a backend kind of log of all of this, right? But um, yeah. So anyway, so now we're starting again today. The first thing we're going to do is please read, read. We're going to refresh the agent's memory. Please read readme.md to get a good idea of this project, its functions, features, structure, uh, and what's the other one? I mean, I don't need to put all this in, but its functions, features, structure. We'll just put etc. Now this is Gemini, which is really thorough. Okay, so that's Google. Right, so you've basically got Google holding your hand here, which is pretty cool as far as I'm concerned. As much as I have my issues with Google and how they've taken over the planet, at the end of the day, it's good to see them finally giving some power back to the people. But in saying that, I'm not going to get into a debate about this sort of stuff today, but there's a reason that they're allowing now us to build our own search engines and stuff, right? It's because they internet information computing has moved into massive data set computation, large language models, AI, right? So they don't need to rely on their search engine money and all that shit anymore, right? So they're now allowing us to build all of that stuff. Once they worked against us on, they looked at you as a competitor if you were in the search market and stuff like that to an extent, right? Now they're like, oh yeah, we'll help you build a search engine and stuff because really, all the money is tied up in and all the usage for users is tied up in large language models, right? And how can I run a large language model off my $500 laptop here in Christchurch, New Zealand, right? So anyway, I have a good grasp of the project's goals, how it works, and the current state outlined in the README, including the identified areas for potential cleanup. What would you like to do next? Great. So I read the README. It identified in the README all the parts, and you know, I haven't even read the README. I'm sure it's missing some stuff, but it's good, and this AI was pretty good, right, at figuring stuff out. So this is, yeah, from a development perspective, this is high value stuff. So, yeah, some web developers not very happy about this software. Anyway, so what we're going to do, as I said, is we have decided to evolve, change direction with this app. We no longer need the bunnies, bots. We want the app to just directly uh, use the user's x.com account, i.e. Find, target, repost already installed, um, find, target replies, actually, we won't. Oh, so. Oh, okay. Actually, what we'll do is, i.e., instead of posting as a bunny, it will now just post as the user. Run operations as the user X account. So that's probably not the best way to word it, but we'll get there. We'll probably grasp what I'm trying to do. Okay, I understand. A change in direction. We'll remove the concept of mega bunny personas and have the application operate directly using the authenticated user's X account. Great. That's what we're looking to do. This will involve the following steps. Remove bunny data, loading, modify. I'm sad to see the bunnies go. I'm actually a bit sad. Don't be stupid, David. Remove bunny data, modify main.js to stop loading server data bunnies.json, update core operation logic, adjust run operation handler, specifically the repost case to no longer select or use a bunny persona, modify Gemini app. Right, so it grasps what we're doing. We're removing the bunnies, and we're just going to be posting directly as the user. So it's a much more professional approach, and we can actually still get it to. Um, we can still choose an aggression level and stuff for the type of post that it makes. Okay, that's better. The bunny data loading IPC handler are now removed. Now about the Gemini prompt and generate reply. How should we instruct the AI to generate the reply now that it's posting directly as the user? Should it maintain the critical mega? Perfect. So this is what I was just about to talk about actually. Um, so the type of language and lingo and emotion and whatnot that was in the response that the AI wrote was based off each bunny's persona, which was stored in here, and we've just removed that. So what I was about to say and what it's asking me is, let's create some buttons for hilarious uh, professional snarky. What's another word for snarky that's a bit more professional? Have a foundation of conservative values with a hint of Christianity. Okay, so by putting a hint of Christianity in there, I mean, this is just my personal take on MAGA America First. Sure, there's some pretty hard edges in there, me included, I guess, but the essence of it really should be based on Christianity, right? So even though you might go off the rails a little bit every now and then, use some bad language sometimes, you should always bring it back to Jesus, right? So by putting a hint of that in there, it's not going to be at the forefront of the thinking of the AI, but it's going to keep it in line, as in shouldn't start using bad language when it's evaluating responses like evidence or whatever. It'll probably lean towards looking at Christian influence in the response, like in the sources it uses for gathering the data to generate the response, blah blah blah. Right. So anyway, that's a good start, right? So what we've done is we've removed the bunny personas, which was generating the persona to use for the responses for the writing, for the generating of the responses, and now we're having to build that back in for the user. Okay. So I'm telling the app that so the user won't see the Christian sort of stuff in it, although they could come in here and have a look, but and they could change it, and we could actually probably you could add features so they can edit that from the front end of the app too. Like 'cause these will be built into here now. It'll say create funny response. It'll be more hilarious, be this, be that. In fact, we could even put a little box so they could type directly into the AI. We're not going to worry about doing that today, probably, but that can easily be built into it. So we've removed the bunnies, and now we're adding a standard style to generate the replies, right? And obviously you can um, evolve that so that the user of the app can train it themselves. So they're going to get it by default. It's going to be like this, but they can evolve the style of writing, okay, themselves by putting some little functions down here, little buttons and a little box to type into. Like, can you make the posts more funny, or can you use some bad language, or whatever, right? So they'll be able to further train it themselves for their own style, right? Because that's up to them. It's not up to me. If they want to use bad language, go for it. But I'm not going to set the app up like that by default. Okay, so shall we proceed with updating the UIFIs? Yes, let's be thorough. Okay, because now we've removed the bunny, because the bunny stuff is kind of embedded into the initial original app, right? And I could have started a new app, to be honest with you, but there's already some stuff that I can't be bothered doing again. It's, so rather than start again and do that stuff which I know I'd have to do again, I'm like, oh, let's just, as we develop this today, any bunny stuff it comes across, if it comes across little snippets or chunks of code related to the bunny stuff, we can get it. It will recognize it and start to change that out, right? So it's already doing it to an extent. So these are the edits it's making. The red is what it's changing, and the green is what it's changing it to, right? In this IDE. So you can see it's doing most of the work itself. Now I have cursors set up to basically run commands in the background and stuff by itself now. The only thing I don't allow it to do at the moment is accept edits, right? I have it accepts certain types of edits, but not all of them at the moment. Only because for me, it's for me to stop and actually bother to read what it's doing. Obviously, I don't read all of what it's doing, um, but I do like to try and keep a bit of an eye on it, especially when you're making a major change like this. You want to keep an eye on what it's actually doing. So at least read the bullet point headings, project structure, key operations and flow, mega repost operation change. This is important because this is the essence of the brain or the training of the bot. Well, it's not a bot anymore. It's just an AI responder, really. But this is the style of writing, and so anything it writes is going to be based off this foundational values that we've entered. So you want to keep an eye on how that training and evolvement is going. Megaro post operation change so that, and this is the main operation that we've worked on yesterday. So I didn't worry too much about getting these other ones working because I was going to work on them one by one. And yesterday the goal was to just get that one working properly. And as you saw, it does work properly. Right? We did a repost to Adam Schiff. and David Hogg. Oh, that was earlier on when I mucked up the recording. But anyway, whatever. So yeah, so that's what the operations are. Okay, and we can change the wording for all of this in the style bar. We'll keep it military for the moment, but with the involvement of removing the bunnies and the military part was funny with the bunny part, running bunny operations and that. But by the end of today, we probably more, it might not really, it might seem a bit stupid the military thing without the bunny built into it, right? So we might change the style of the app to be more professional, right? So all the people with their suits on that do media and stuff would be more likely to go, oh yeah, I'll use that. I'll use that. Uh, I'm not really expecting to put this thing on the market and start selling it. Right? I'm just sort of running some demonstration videos, really. Um, yeah. Anyway, I won't get into that too much. The README has been updated to reflect the removal of the bunny personas, the introduction of tone selection, the disabling of other operation modes, and the associated file code changes. It also includes updated TOTOS for future cleanup. Oh, okay, cool. We now have completed the core task of changing the app's direction from using bunny bots to operating directly as the user with selected response. Okay, right. So it's already done quite a massive thing. So now if I close the app and then relaunch it in PM, it won't work probably, which is expected. Yeah, we've come back to. Oh, okay. I see what it's done. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. So it's actually okay. We won't even worry about talking about it. We'll just put it back into it. Dun, 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 dun. This is kind of expected because it just made major changes. So now it's going to have to reconfigure some stuff. Um, on login verification. Dun, 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 dun. So that's its thinking. Yeah, whatever. Okay, it looks like there's a logic error related to blah blah blah. The error verification failed is not defined. Likely stems from function. Yeah. So what it's doing is it's identifying because everything was just changed. So basically, it's going to have to do some overhauling of the original app to um, put things back in place. Okay, the logic renderer has been updated. Okay, so now it reckons it'll work. So I'll have to close the app and run it again. Start. Okay, great. So that's fixed just like that. Verification process is now working again. Now let's go. That should be working. Okay, great. Excellent. Look at that. That was so quick. So let's find Bernie Sanders. Let's make a hilarious one. These probably won't work immediately. Let's find out. So it went and got his tweet and brought it back here. We have a corrupt campaign finance system that influences both parties. Elon Musk gets to spend 277 million to elect Trump. AIPAC spends millions to defeat Democrats who stand up to Netanyahu. We must end Citizens United and get big money out of US politics. So the reality is that people like Bernie Sanders, his team are using tools like the one I'm showing you how to make for yourself. Okay, that's what they're doing. They run these uh, AI bots and whatnot to go and evaluate what everyone's thinking, and they think, oh, if we just create posts that are in line with what everyone's thinking, we'll get them on board with us to go, yeah, 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 right? And then they'll vote for us. That's their line of thinking. And so rather than care about, we think they're thinking, you know, we only think they're thinking like that because they haven't seen this other bit of information. So let's help the public by putting that bit of information out. They're going to hate us for putting that information out because we don't, um, it looks like we don't care about what they're saying or whatever. So we risk them not voting for us, but at least the information will be out there and the public will be educated. Okay. Rather than do that, they do this. Okay, they go out. Everyone's talking about this on social media, so let's capitalize on that line of thinking by putting out more posts to feed the bullshit. But they'll vote for us, and our donors will keep paying us. That's what they're really doing. Right? So this app, this tool, allows you to identify that. So, like I said earlier, we can get it to go out and see what the message of the day is from these Muppets, because they probably run about 3 campaigns, different messaging campaigns a day or something. AI will be able to tell us. It'll be able to go get all their posts, evaluate what their messaging is, and give us a report. Okay, today's messaging for these guys is this, and a good way. Here's some evidence and some education level for the public um, to prove that what they're saying is not true or it's misleading, or the public hasn't considered these other factors before formulating an opinion for themselves. Okay, so that's the idea behind this as a misinformation, disinformation weapon. Okay. Uh, so step two, response draft ready, edit as needed. So here's the AI evaluation of that. And like I said, we need to, we can evolve the AI's thinking to 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 get much better pretty quickly. Right? And put some options down, other options down here too. Okay. So like I said, we can email the rep, call the rep. So we're going to put those buttons down here and rah. And then we'll have a actual profile card for each politician, and you'll be able to click view full profile, and it'll open up all the information. So you'll be able to actually see the email address, see the phone number, see the office address, and stuff like that too. Right? So by the end of today, this app's going to be a really good uh, campaign weapon. Right, Bernie's crying about big money while ignoring the biggest money grab of all, his own socialist utopia. Sounds like someone's feeling the heat from a little free market competition. Drain the swamp, mega. Okay, so that's great. It, you know, but it's even though it's a like these are only the first responses that I'm generating. Okay, so that's great for a first response. Um, and it retweets, but it's not very informative, right? It doesn't include any actual facts. Like it hasn't found a story to use as an example in this. Like it could have mentioned, remember that time that you grabbed that money off that company and bought a $2 billion house, or it could have said something like that, right? But it hasn't. But that's because we've only just started training it. Okay, so we're gonna tell it that we want to find facts, and then what it'll do is it'll create this, but then it will also add in, what about that time you did this, right? So we're not gonna fire that away to X because first of all we're just checking that the process actually works, right? And I'm not at this stage because you only get a certain amount of free APIs with X. So this is plugged into the back end of X, and you only get a certain amount of free uses of the API. So it's already used two, I think. Um, to go and get that is one request or two, right? I think it's actually two to go and get this. So and you get 100 a month, and then you got to pay. I won't start talking about Elon's pricing, but come on, bro, far out. It's up there, I'll tell you that much. So we don't want to use all the API requests while we're testing this out. What we want to do is get the responses better, right? The generation. And we can see that it works. It went and got the tweet, it loaded it, it logged in and verified, right? Okay. So we're happy enough with that at the moment. Now, yeah. Okay, so we know that works. Mission brief. Does this? Oh, oh yeah, no, it's still got the bunny stuff in there, but that it'll change that in 10 seconds when I ask it to. It's so quick and good at doing this. Okay, so what we want to do, okay, what we want to do is actually create a profile for every politician in America and the secretaries and all their social media usernames and URLs and phone numbers. Office, we're not interested in targeting people personally. Addresses. Oh, we'll just make sure it only goes and gets office addresses. Uh, Fax numbers, website URLs, state rep labels, uh, positions. We're just putting in. It'll go and elaborate on all of this. So the more I put in here, the more it will elaborate. Uh, oh yeah. Terms. Um, bio. Um, yeah, let's just do that for a start. Oh, these will be the. Oh, well, we won't put that in there actually. So we are going to move away from the military thing because they're all listed as targets at the moment. But we actually want to put even mega or America First politicians in there too. So we want it to be a complete political tool, right? And it'll be up to you to decide who you're going to target and why, right? But in saying that, I've shown you right off the bat that built into the back end of this app is conservative values and whatnot. Only um, it will make the AI a little bit biased when it's looking for information, but we want the information to be true and correct. So we're gonna build some weights into there to make sure. I don't know if you call them weights in this instance, but we don't want it to start lying and misleading people just because it's got conservative values, right? So the idea of having the conservative values in this is simply to stop it from swearing or being too aggressive or being dirty or anything like that, right? So that's why I wanted to put them in at the very start. Okay. Now, on OBS, when it's recording, can you pause the recording? I don't think you can, eh? Dumb. Okay, so we're gonna. I did this the other day, but I deleted the information because I was only doing a demonstration. Um, and the information's actually online. I put it up there for someone else to use for her app. But we're going to do a better job of it today. We're going to get more information, and we're going to make sure that we really dive deep into deep links and stuff to really make sure we got all information about every rep and whatnot. Um, So it's I'm not going to talk about this too much, but basically it's giving some options for getting data extraction and mining and whatnot, and we're just going to say be extremely thorough using free methods, Selenium, etc. And um, if we miss info on a run, um, reconfigure and do another run to try get missed info. Nation. Okay, so this is the first time I've done. This is the first time I've asked it to do a second run after the first run. So normally I do one run manually, and then it comes back it's missing some information. So you check the data, and then you do a second run after telling it to reconfigure. But this time I'm just going straight for the second run. So I'm saying do a first run, check the data. If it's missed some, reconfigure the software to mine, and go and do it again. So this is a much more aggressive, um, a much more aggressive and direct approach to data mining. And very valuable, this sort of stuff. So we're going to take all of that data and we're going to build those profiles into that app. So um, you'll be able to look at what that politician's saying for the day, or what people are saying about that politician, whatever, what the news is saying about that politician. You'll be able to find them using a little search on the UI, and then you will be able to use AI to find evidence to combat what they're saying, or you can write whatever you want in there yourself, and then you can email that response to them, phone them. You could even potentially, no, I won't talk about that, but let's just say AI is even helpful for making phone calls. And yeah, so I don't want this type of software to be abused because, and abuse comes in, automation is where the abuse starts, right? So if you're just automating processes and sending stuff out into the world without any human interaction in that process, you're potentially just sending crap to everyone, which is the problem with the internet now, right? So I want to maintain some sort of human input into the process so that you learn, I learn, we all learn, um, instead of just clicking buttons blindly, alright? So even though I kind of vibe code all of this stuff, I do keep an eye on it, and I've been in the web industry for a long time, more as a consultant, right, who used contractors, but um, you know, being the go between between developers and a plumber, for instance, I had to learn a lot of stuff. Um, yeah, so the cool thing for me about this AI IDEs to do my coding for me is that I don't have any startup money, right? I don't have any seed money for my business, so I'm to employ a developer and whatnot, and I don't need to now. I can use this AI to get started. So the reality is, I do want to actually employ a couple of developers, and administration, a couple of sales reps. The truth is, you don't need to, and that's what we're battling. All right, we're battling people who just want to make money and don't care about employing people and looking after their neighbours and whatnot, the local community. Um, or they do in other ways, but I wouldn't call it looking after the local community. But anyway, you want to give people jobs, you want to employ people, right, and have a little community of a little happy working community. So even though you don't have to, you kind of need to for the good of humanity, as far as I'm concerned, right? But the good thing for me is that I can get started using AI. If I start generating income, I can invest that income into employing some people and building an office, renting an office, paying some rent to the landlord, maintaining the community, right? What I've noticed is that a lot of these people, even some that I appear to support, actually say they want to do that, but they're not doing that. They're only looking after themselves and a couple of their friends. And then um, anyone who they view as competition, which is a lot of people, they sort of behind the scenes just destroy those people while they smile to their faces. Because if you don't know these things, of course, uh, you just look like an idiot, and like they're treating you like an idiot and smiling to your face while they're doing it. So yeah, so that's sort of my plan. I've had a bit of a rough patch, to say the least, and I'm coming out of that darkness back into the light, having learnt some valuable lessons about myself and about society and about technology. And I've made some decisions, and those decisions are in line with what I was just talking about. Getting an office up and running, employing some people, looking after. I've always looked after predominantly tradesmen in the web industry. So, they specialise in going and putting in plumbing, right? They don't want to be sitting around figuring all this stuff out and saying that it's easier for them to do that, but they still really just want to install plumbing. They really don't want to sit down on a computer and look at their emails and look at what people are saying on social media. So, um, yeah. So, the problem for them is that this technology can be used to take over the plumbing industry, right, by big corporations, which has kind of already happened to an extent, like quite to a shocking extent actually. There's been like these conglomerates come into New Zealand and just use older technology like CRM systems and that to just take over industries, right? So I feel like a small fish in a very big pond, but and unfortunately AI can be used by these conglomerates now to literally just shit all over people like me, whilst also painting the conglomerate out to look like the hero in the situation. So it's a real ongoing battle, man. But at least now the playing field has kind of been levelled somewhat. Because as you can see, here I am doing some high value tech stuff using these tools, right, to hopefully get my life back up and running. So where are you? Sorry, I was out the window having a cigarette. Okay, so warning, this is a massive shift from the current app functionality. It introduces significant complexity, requires robust error handling, the scraping part will always be prone to breaking and require ongoing maintenance. Yeah, I get all that. Recommendations, let's start by setting up SQLite database. Oh, okay, it wants to do SQL. I'll just finish the cigarette. So, um, it's talking about an SQL database, but I think we can um, probably not use SQL. I'll just finish this cigarette. One memento, people. I need some hold music, eh? I don't smoke inside, by the way. It stinks, I know. So I hang right out the window. I quit quitting because it is just difficult for me, man. Like, I've quit many things, but smoking, unfortunately, remains one of my vices. Right, let's get back into it. Okay, so let's talk about using SQL. Um, is SQL the best option for a desktop app that will potentially go on an app store? Um, you see, we don't really want to create a search engine here. It'll have a search feature in it, so you can search for a rep. But that's about it. We're not going to be loading lots of product categories and stuff like that. There is going to be a marketing aspect of this because political campaigns are marketing campaigns, right? But we won't really need to be running complex search scripts like PHPs and stuff. I don't think so. Um, so let's just look at some options. Use SQLite is generally considered an excellent and often the best option for a database. Within a desktop application like yours, especially one built with Electron, okay. Because I'm new at building desktop apps. I've bought lots of web apps before, but I'm a bit new to building desktop apps. And potentially target app store distribution. Here's why: embedded and serverless. Okay, SQLite runs directly within your application process. It doesn't require a separate database server to be installed or running. Oh, yeah, okay. Cross-platform works seamlessly on Windows, Macs, Linux, matching Electron's cross-platform nature. Okay, so the just so you know, Electron is that's the code programming language that the desktop app is built using. Mature Node.js bindings libraries like SQLite 3 provide robust and well-maintained SQL database directly from your Node.js backend. Okay, so I've just learned something. I've worked with SQL before, database and that, but I wasn't really aware of the um, nature of SQLite, which is like architecture and building database indexing and stuff like that. Anyway, typically comply well with App Store, transactional and reliable. SQLite supports ACID transactions, ensuring data integrity even the application crashes during a write operation. Okay, right. So what that's saying is if it's in the middle of an operation and it's got your database open and the app crashes, it's not going to destroy your database. Performance for the vast majority of single-user desktop application workloads, reading, writing, searching, and structured data, SQLite offers excellent performance that can handle surprisingly large amounts of data. And I was really surprised. I started building a search engine for businesses and products and stuff, and I was using SQLite, and I thought, oh, I'm going to have to move up to SQL soon. But actually, between Gemini and Claude, it managed to pull off a very complex search engine for videos, articles, um, products, um, using just SQLite. Like it got the whole thing working. I mucked the app up and deleted the thing by mistake, but I saw it working on locally. So I was quite surprised at that actually. So I know that SQLite's quite powerful actually. Performance for the must. Okay, zero configuration. There's no setup required for the end user. Your application simply creates and uses the database file. Well, great. So that means if someone downloads the app, if I decide to put it on the App Store, they download the app, click install, it just installs all of it. They don't have to do any technical stuff in the back end. Free and open source, no licensing costs or restrictions. While other options are generally less suitable, JSON files quickly become inefficient and default to query as the dataset grows, as we discussed. Browser storage, index database, local storage primarily designed for the renderer process, less suitable for large scale data management in the main process. Okay. Client server database, Postgres, SQL, SQL, MySQL, Mongo, Database etc. require a separate installation. In summary, for a self-contained Electron desktop app needing local structured data storage, potentially on a large scale, and aiming for easy distribution, including via app stores, SQLite is search query light, I should say, is the standard and highly recommended choice. It provides the power of SQL in a simple embedded. Okay, sounds great. So now I'm more confident in my understanding of why we're going to use SQLite. So any future work I do, new apps or whatever. Yeah, have a good day, man. Oh, okay. Oh, right. Oh, I hope she's alright. Yeah. Um, right. So, where was I? What's my roommate telling me his plans for the day? Good on him. He's cool. Like, right. Oh, yeah. Okay. Sounds great. Yes. Let's implement SQLite. So, so what we're doing now is setting up a database and for all the information to be stored and when it's mined. Okay. So I'm pretty sure it's gonna install. Yeah, it's gonna put the database in, and then it'll create the tables, like the table headers and everything for all the different information, like rep name, email address, location, office, all that stuff. Facebook URL, like if you think of an Excel sheet in the headers, that's what that kind of looks like from an Excel user interface perspective. CSV sheet, whatever. Okay, so it'll show you all the headers it's going to create here. Yeah. Alrighty. See, Gemini seems to have problems running some of these tools sometimes. It, um, no, let's just mine the data and be very thorough, getting as many elements of data as possible for each government official rep secretary. So we want to go down to the secretary level for each rep. And that's because sometimes a rep or whatever senator or whatever might not have publicly listed contact information. So when the bot goes out to get the data, it can't find it, and so it just comes back and enters a null value into the database. And we don't want it to do that. We want it to come back with something. So in the event that there is not a say a senator phone number, office number, I don't know there normally is, but if there wasn't, it would still find the secretary. Okay. And depending on how well they built their websites or whatever, the the software might not see the rep phone number, but it finds the secretary one, which is actually the rep phone number. So the idea is we get more data than we need, than not get enough. Right. Okay, so it's going to use Playwright for the mining on this operation. So Selenium is one, and Playwright's another bit of software that goes out and gets data off the internet for you. And I did this the other day somewhere. I actually had quite a lot of success getting every state repping that, but it looks like the government data is not very up to date, or it's a bit messy. So we were missing up to date information for some states. Um, um, like it didn't find Nancy Mace, and it didn't find Lauren Boebert. Right. I wasn't really running the exercise
in depth the other day. I was just doing it as a demonstration. This time, uh, I'm going to do it more in depth. So I want to make sure we have every single rep, every single senator, every secretary. I'm even going to ask AI if there's anything I haven't thought of, like, I don't know, there might be something other than a house rep. Um, I mean, we could get consulate information, stuff like that. So if we have a really robust database with lots of information, um, then we notice people posting on social media. We've more than likely got their information in our database, including their usernames and whatnot. So if we want to launch a campaign from this app to target a certain message that they are putting out for the day, we've got all that information. It'll get to a point pretty quickly where, like, because we can get AI to go out on social media and see if everyone in our database is posting, how active they are. And if they're not active at all, there's not, well, they might still be the decision maker, even though they're not posting on or active on social media or whatever. So we might want to retain their phone numbers and that, so that you can email them and say, hey, did you know that your influencers and representatives are saying this today? And that's going to affect your decision that you make. Because I think a lot of these government officials and that just aren't aware a lot of the time of how the public has been influenced to push them into making certain decisions. So that's why it's important to be active on social media and combat, be involved in these campaigns. So this is just a tool. I've recognised all that stuff, and I'm just building a tool that helps evaluate the campaigns, evaluate the messaging, evaluate the trends, and allows you to take action directly from one place. So by the end of the day, we'll have links to certain websites on here. We'll have evaluate campaign messaging for the day, which is where it'll go and look at all the posts and come back with it and create a small summary of the campaign messaging, say three. We'll tell it to find three main messages for the day, and then it can develop combative or argumentative campaigns against those campaigns, and then you'll be able to launch attacks on people who are sending out that messaging, right, or support people who are in line with your messaging, right. So it's going to be more Make America Great Again, America First aligned for creating the campaigns and that. So it's going to be streamlined for MAGA messaging. That's not to say that Democrats or whatever have not, or Liberals, they're not. They are doing this. They're doing what I'm showing you now, right? So I don't think enough MAGA people are being aggressive enough. I mean, I could be wrong. There's probably, and I'm not stupid enough to not think that there's some brilliant people in those groups, but I think the more people that are aware of it, the better, right? And most people are probably not going to sit down and do what I'm doing here today, right? So I'm just doing it for you. So this is transparency. If I'm showing how to do it, explaining it along the way, and the end product is yours. So you have the ability to do it yourself and spread it amongst your friends, or you can just download this app and use this one the way it is. Anyway, what have we got going on here? Photo, biography, social media, office phone numbers, office addresses, office website URL. Why does it not even have the email in there? say? Oh, I'm sure it's going to get the email. So, email is quite often hidden in a contact form, and you have to click the contact us button for the form to open, so it doesn't expose the email easily. So I'm only writing it in there because I'm aware of that. So quite often when you do a run for data mining, it misses the email because it opens the page but doesn't let the email form load before it tries to get the data. So it just doesn't see the data and moves to the next page to get the next reps info or whatever. So only because I'm aware of that, I've put that into the instruction. So before we do the first run, I already know it's probably going to miss the emails. So I've put that in there so it factors that into the script. So I'm more likely to get it on the first run instead of having to do a second run just because we missed the email addresses. What we're going to do is switch it over to Claude briefly because Claude is really good at just brute forcing some of this shit to get it done. Ready to create Scrapper.js file and set up basic player. Persistent, seemingly incorrect based on standard SQL syntax within the template literal. Since this is the third attempt on specific linter, includes the email field schema. I will proceed without further attempts to fix it. Okay, so I'll try and get Claude. We'll see if Claude fixes it. Please fix the linter error. So it's added effects, need comma, cleaned up comment, added email. So it's only going to go and get this, which is, I guess it's alright to start with. We can, if we find we need more data later, like we go to do something on the app and it'd be so handy if I had this. We can come back here and say, can you do another run to everyone on the database and see if you can get their, I don't know, their cat's name, right? Perfect. Remove the. See, Claude fixed that. For some reason, Gemini didn't want to fix it. Now, shall we move forward to creating Scrapper.js? So we're going to actually use Claude for a while because it's a bit more brutal at just forcing stuff to get done. And we just want to do a bit of a quick chunk of get it done. Right. Okay. Yes. Let's get this going. Let's go! I really should be doing these videos as streams, I suppose. So we can look at the one person in chat that pops in every now and then, see if they have any questions. My business model does not involve building apps and selling them. Okay, this is all for my knowledge base, for demonstration purposes, for other people, and yeah. So to be honest, like I'm only doing this video really so that other people can do it for themselves because this is valuable as far as political campaigning. Not even just political campaigning. You can set this up to be a very valuable tool for targeting competitors in business, right, in your markets and stuff. Okay? So instead of collecting all the politicians' user accounts and whatnot and going and looking at what they're saying, you could collect all the builders in your local area or in the country and get AI to evaluate all of that. And I am aware that, Google Analytics and keyword tool does a lot of that market analysis and stuff for you. But it's, I've used it a lot over the years. It is valuable and very helpful, don't get me wrong. But this is kind of like a more customized, to the point way of doing it, right? Because you really don't need a lot of those things that are built into Google Analytics and keyword tools and stuff now that we have AI, okay? Because if you have a question for your campaign or you want to do a specific bit of market research or whatever, you can now ask that directly to AI, any model you want down here, and you can build that into your own customized business app, right? So this can be turned into a builder's website pretty easily. Could be turned into a plumber's website. Could be turned into a shop, a florist, wedding dresses, And instead of evaluating politicians' messaging and campaigns, you would scrape all the data for all the florists in your local area, and then get AI to help you formulate campaign messaging for the day or for the week or for the month. You can also build in market fluctuations and all that sort of stuff in here. Monetary value. You can do trading bots. You can do all that stuff. So you customize it for your use case, right? So just because it's a political campaign tool doesn't mean you can't reconfigure it to work for your business, okay? Let's grab the script. To implement the integration between the main application and our scraper. Now let's check the package.json to understand the dependencies. Now let's look at the scraper.json file we created for this implementation. Let's get the rest of the scraper file. Let's check how the scraper is currently integrated into main.js. Let me check the main database schema to understand what data structure our scraper needs to populate. That's an important piece to keep your eye on a little bit. Let's check database initialization to understand the data structure. Let's look at the data structure. Let's see how the scraper is integrated into main.js. Let's see if there's an existing scraper file. Great. Let's examine the existing scraper.js file. Let's read the rest of the scraper.js. I can see you already have a fully implemented scraper.js file in your project that contains a complete web scraper for the House of Representatives using Playwright. Have I? Oh, yes. Because it went and got their Twitter handles. Because we were doing, that's what, that's how, I didn't actually go to Twitter to get the Twitter handles for this app. It's, to get these, it went to the internet and went to their websites and stuff and found their Twitter handles, right? So to do that, it had to use Playwright, obviously, right? This time we're going to use the same scraping software, but we're going to build in a more robust to get more elements. So not just get the Twitter handle this time. We're going to get all this other information when we do this path. Right? This looks like a complete implementation with error handling and database integration. Is there anything? should get, i.e. a bio, don't know why I decided to capitalise that, a biography, which party they represent, how long they have been in office, amount of constituents. I'm just writing in some additional information because, like I said before, etc. It won't just look at what I just asked it to think about. It will consider other variables too, elements like, okay, maybe we should get this and this and this and this. So before I go and get it to do the actual scrape, because that can take a bit of time, I want it to consider as many factors as possible. Because what you don't really want to do, or what you want to try and avoid, is doing a run, goes out, goes to all the websites, gets the data, comes back, and then you realise it missed something, right? And I have to do it again. So you want to try and get it set up nicely robust at the start before you do your first run. Looking at your current scraper, I see you already clicked in basic details, name, state, district, party, contact info, office, phone, email, social media profiles, biography, committee memberships, profile image. Your scraper could be enhanced to collect these additional details: term, length, history, constituent count, voting record, yeah. Yes, we need as much info as possible for transparency in government, and also to do campaign research and inform the public, plus create opposition campaigns, and we'll say news reporting, because reporting could be anything otherwise. So what we're doing is we're training this AI in this chat session as to the whole idea of the whole app. So as you can see, the word comprehensive is now included. We're on Claude at the moment. So this is fantastic, because you obviously want to be able to quickly look at what someone's been voting on. So, they say on social media, I support this and this and this and that, but then you find out, but actually you voted for that and that and that and that. Right? Look at that campaign finance info, just everything, right? So it's building all of that into the scraper, which is here. So if we scroll down here a little bit, it's going to show us what websites it's going to get the information. Not all information will be on one particular site, so I would expect to see a few different sites. So it'll get this information from this site, like their phone numbers, emails, and whatnot. Campaign financing from this website, right? So it's building all of those details into this JavaScript. Perfect. So it's added an extra function here to make an extra effort to get the email, like open contact forms and stuff. some of my terminology is not correct. I know for senior developers out there who are like, bro, whatever. But you know if you're a senior developer that this is high value work, and us laymen are now able to do it, bro. Hey, hey. And I understand it enough, don't I? Look at that. So I can literally build a calculator and look at the donors, what between this date and this date, they received this much money from these people, and they voted on that day. Isn't that a coincidence, right? So this app will be capable of using this data in some really powerful ways. So I'll probably post this on YouTube with the title Bill Blaster on Steroids, because I love this chick called Grace Chong a lot. I've got a lot of respect for these people. And I'm not doing these things to make fun of them or anything, or compete with them. I'm really not. The reason I'm doing these aggressive campaigns, quote unquote, against them is because it's not really against them. I'm just demonstrating, look, I see what you're trying to do. I get it. I've been doing this a long time. Here's some better ways to do it. Alright? If I was competing against them, I wouldn't be making videos and showing them how to do it. Alright? I'll do it in the background and then market it, because I know how to put these things out to millions of people very quickly. So I just don't. I just choose not to, because it's not my bag, baby. Alright? And I respect and value the work and the effort that Grace and Steve Bannon and Natalie Winners and all those people, I owe them a lot as far as I'm concerned. So I'm not going to start competing with them, alright? I want to see them succeed. So whether they choose to watch these videos and bother to listen to what I'm talking about, that's another thing altogether. But I noticed that they aren't doing some of this stuff, even though I've mentioned it a lot, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll do it, alright? And show you how vulnerable you are. Because if someone else decides to do this and go against you, which they are, by the way, they just aren't showing you. I'm showing you what they're doing and why you're struggling, okay? So I'm going to do this app and actually make it available for download like the other one, but this one will be on steroids compared to the other one. Alright. Okay, yes, we need as much. What's it doing now? Finished making the script. Let's just double check this. Enhance scraper, add new functions for campaign finance data. Updated database schema. So I'm gonna put a post out on Twitter. So print screen. Project Bunny. whoa, 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 whoa. Raven Butterbots functionality. That was just a demonstration on how to farm bunnies. Smiley face? Yeah. Okay. Oh, we don't care about that at the moment. Right, so. Okay, so anyway, it's added all these fields, it's added the dependencies needed to fulfill those tasks, created CLI scrapes, politicians, command line, includes options for basic or comprehensive scraping, ability to target specific representatives, export capabilities, analytics, reporting. Oh, okay. Chocolate blur. Okay. Alright. Now you have a powerful data collection tool that gathers nearly everything publicly available about politicians, transparent initiatives, opposition research and informed. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. We'll just add that in there too. This is kind of like advertising, isn't it? But I'm not advertising, I'm just demonstrating here. Womp womp. You can now type in that number 2. stomach is growling because I haven't been eating in the last 24 hours, which is good because I've got fat eating all the wrong types of food. Anyway, what have we got? So, I'm just basically putting pressure on myself to make sure I get this done today. So by posting that and tagging Bill Blaster, which is Grace Chong and her mates, I'm really putting pressure on myself to make sure I actually get this done. Right, so because I work well under pressure. Right, okay, let's do a first run and see what we get. Can you make sure we have a few websites to use as sources for that? Now, what I'd like to do, but I haven't at this point because I feel like it gets put into me better when I type it, is you could plug a mic into this. Like it doesn't have it built in, but I could easily build a little app thing that allows voice to text. I'm not really interested in doing that myself because I feel like I get a better feel for what's going on when I'm typing the commands. You know, it really sort of puts it in my head a bit better. Because you could easily get carried away with just telling this thing to do something and walking away, and not really, you could really lose touch with the process. So I do enjoy my fat fingers on the keyboard. I'm not used to video recording, screen recording while I'm doing this sort of thing, so I've been a bit sort of fat fingered, you know. I get a bit nervous and type dumb stuff sometimes, but I'm getting better at it. I know the videos are a bit long-winded. Ideally, I'd like to sit down and edit the videos, but I'm really not in a position to be sitting down, spending hours going through them, editing them up. So I could use AI actually I actually thought about that. I was going to make a video about that. Because what you can do is you can get AI to scan the video, audio, and transcribe everything you've said into text, and you could get it to put a time marker when those things are said. So every 10 seconds you could get it to put a time marker for those things. Then you could use another AI tool to go through to evaluate, like run another AI process to evaluate the valuable parts of the video, and based on the time markers, it could then probably go through and cut the video into sections and do the editing. Then you could use another AI tool, no doubt, if you set it up properly using the software. You could develop your own little apps for it. To add some effects and stuff using video editing software. You could create a script that runs processes using video editing software, right? The world is your oyster with the stuff. The only thing that's stopping you is how retarded you are, right? And trust me, I know I'm also retarded, okay? Okay, so it's gonna run. Is it running the process? It looks like we need to fix the house directory scraper. The script doesn't find any representatives. Let's check and fix the scrape house directory function. So I'm gonna put the joke on while it's doing that little bit because I need another cup of coffee now. I have 2 cups of coffee in the morning and 2 cigarettes, to be honest with you. Oh, yeah, it's a beautiful day here in Christchurch, New Zealand. Put the camera on and show you outside. The sun is beaming. Yeah, nice, fresh, sunny morning. Here's me in my little bedroom office. It's a little bedroom office, trust me. Uh, so I'm doing this app today, and I'm gonna give it to Grace Chong. Like, I'm gonna put it up online so anyone can actually download it. They don't communicate with me, so I don't even know if they watch or follow me or whatever. But whatever. I think the work they're doing is important. I'm trying to help them. I tell them stuff, they don't seem to follow through with any of it. So now I'm just doing it. But competitors can grab the software and start using it, right? So, because I'm putting it up publicly. If it was direct communication with them, I probably wouldn't put it up publicly. I'd just email it to them, right, so they could use it and decide whether or not they want to put it up publicly. I'm big on transparency though, and this is transparency, right? So, they probably look at it like I'm doing stuff against them, but they're looking at it the wrong way. That's how they're looking at it. Because, you know, tried to tell them you need to be doing this stuff, look, and they didn't do it, and now I'm like, look how easy it is, alright? So I would expect to see that Bill Blast app with some bath improvements soon. So not only will this have the ability to find a state rep phone number, but it's going to have a lot more functions and features on it. So when I can set it up so when you load a state rep, it shows who their main donors. Straight away, it shows you who their donors are, their voting record. You'll be able to click on those little links. It'll have a wee profile, and it will. I probably won't do this part today, but you can get it to generate little graphs, like little pie graphs or linear graphs and stuff like that. That could all be done very quickly. It will also go and look at what they've been posting online, and it'll look at who they're retweeting and stuff, or reposting, whatever. And like I said, it'll evaluate the main message that these people are putting out for the day, and then it'll come back and it'll draw you up a little campaign to combat their message right? And then you will have all your targets. There'll also be another mega influencer thing, so you can notify all those people with the campaign message that you have ready for the day. Right, so like if I was Grace Chong, for instance, I would load all of the War Room listeners' user handles into this, and then I would send them the campaign message. So I'd get AI to generate, say, 10 different messages that are in line with the campaign message, but they'd be written differently, different sort of personas, funny, serious, professional, all with links to information that combats the Democrat narratives or the Republican narratives if they're lying, whatever. And then she'd be able to send that out en masse immediately, like tag all of her followers or whatever on X, or email it to them or whatever, right? Because I noticed sometimes on War Room she comes up and she's like, hey guys, you need to like do this with your social media, and even Jack Posobiec was sitting there going, yeah, you need to do this and this and this, but this is what you need to do for them, right? This app is going to be exactly what you need to help your listeners, your followers, make it way easier for them. Okay, so I'm making it easier for you to make it easier for them. And this is not my business model, right, at all. I find this interesting. Like, it's very satisfying to create this and have it working and know that it's of high value to people that I admire. But my business model is building websites for plumbers and electricians and bricklayers, and that's I've always been rooted in doing that for local tradesmen. That's my bread and butter, usually. I'm getting back into that. I get real satisfaction out of knowing that I'm helping actual labourers go out and get shit done. And stopping them getting ripped off by big web companies, which happens way more than you. Like, I'm surprised this country is still alive. The amount of raping and pillaging that's been going on by these frickin' tech companies moaning. So, here we go. Anyway, where are we at with this thing? The sample data included provides test cases for prominent representatives of both parties, which can be used for testing the system before running full scrapes. While we ran into some output display issues in the terminal, the scraper architecture is solid. With this foundation, you can further enhance specific scraping modules, or add more data sources as needed. Let's do both. Am I on Gemini? No, I'm on Claude. Let's go back to Gemini for a minute and see if we get, because it's kind of like having two doctors, right? You got Claude, and then you go second opinion Gemini, and then when Gemini comes up with something, you go back to Claude and go, what do you think about that? And anyway, what about it? Let's do it. Okay, we want as much data as possible, so let's enhance and make more robust and add more sources for data. Can you scour the internet deep dive for potential websites and deep links? That's really getting into it when you start telling it, because it's normally going to go to some common websites to get the information, right? But when you start telling it to look for deep links and deep dive, you're telling it, okay, use those common sources, but look deeper. And deep links is a common internet term for information that's hidden. It's not hidden, but it's like 5 pages deep. You have to click on 5 different links before you actually end up on that page. So deep diving into deep links on the internet is where you get some real information from, right? Just saying. While it's doing that, so that's cool. So now we've got Google Gemini going out and doing a pretty thorough look beyond what's on the first page of Google, basically, or what's known for government information and that, right? I could go a step further and get it to... No, I won't even mention it. Yeah, I will. I'll say I could, but that's not the way to word it. There are people who use these types of techniques to go and get personal information off the dark web, right? And they run really horrible campaigns that are intentionally set up to physically hurt people, right? And how they run those campaigns is they say things about people knowing that other people who are violent are going to see those things, and they hope to trigger those people into going around to those people's houses at 3 o'clock in the morning and hanging them from a tree. That's the depth of this shit. Yeah, that's another ball game altogether. That's why I'm actively involved and very supportive of people like Bannon and his team and that, right? Because once you've experienced these people coming around your house at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning, and you're pretty thankful after that people like Bannon and that exist, and Trump and that, right? Even so, yeah, anyway. Let's just say I have a great understanding of how bad it can actually get out there. Okay, what's this doing now? Your conversation is too long. Please try creating a new conversation or shortening your message. What? Go back to Claudine. Don't tell me the conversation's too long. Oh my god, did it just delete there? Bullshit. What the hell? There might be a bug in their software, but and also these technologies are only just emerging and they're evolving quickly themselves. So uh, they're getting better really quickly. But of course, occasionally you'll notice a little bug like that. Well, I guess they're implementing some sort of update or something, and it causes some sort of hiccup on your end. But as you can see, the hiccup is already resolved. So compared to some areas that you used to get that would take days or weeks or would even end your project, that was nothing. How you going over there, Mike? Oh, he must be up front. Alright, so we're just going to let that run. So one of the most crucial steps to an app like this is data. I mean, everything's about data, really. But the more data you have, the more robust the data, the more up to date the data, the more likely you are to win on the digital battleground. So, if you're a novice, and I'm not saying I'm an expert, by the way, obviously I know a few things, but if you're a novice, you're going to get tricked into getting the wrong data. Like, I'm telling you, man, this ain't, you know, this is a war, mate, and there's some pretty clever people in this war that have been around for a long time, and they have set some traps up for people years ago that you're only walking into now. Me included in some instances, I'm aware of that, right? So it's all part of that game. The more you get into the game, the more you start to realise, oh, it's almost never ending the levelling up, right? So you've got to walk into the traps, you've got to make the mistakes and learn from them and quickly adjust and, move forward. I'm one to talk, aren't I? Because I've just been through a few years of just being an absolute mess, right? Because of some traps I walked into. Right? Well, not all traps are on the internet. Some of them are in reality. And there's traps set up on the internet that become reality, right? That become your real world. So, yeah, it's taken me a while. Anyway, I won't be talking about that sort of stuff much anymore, but a little bit. Yeah, the reality is, from when I used to have my web company, I only need a few clients that are serious about their plumbing or building or whatever, and I can make a pretty good living off just having a couple of clients. The reality is I don't need a lot of clients to have my life back on track. It's pretty big money pretty quickly without ripping people off either, actually saving them from the sharks, still making good money. And if you don't have lots of clients, you've got more time for yourself. And I'm a bit older now, so it'll be good to just have a few clients, look after them exceptionally well, and have a bit of time for myself and some bit of money to look at finally doing some stuff that an adult should be doing, right? This I look at this as one of those things that yeah, okay, so the model provider, so Claude is down by the looks of it for, I don't know, maybe it's temporary, but yeah. So we are, this is a very robust mining operation. Like normally you'd have to do all this, you'd have to, like, AI is getting the code, basically. It's giving the consultation and it's implementing the code, right? So, it's a massive time saver and money saver, I'm telling you, and headache saver. So I put quite a decent effort into setting up the scraper before we send the scraper out. And then you send the scraper out, get the information. And then presenting that information how you want, which is what we were discussing before. It's kind of the easy part, really. It's going to be easier because I already have certain aspects of that app set up, like the UI and that. So to present this new data on that UI, it simply has to pull that data into the front end that's already developed. So it's pretty simple, really. To set up the UI, you just have to look at the video from yesterday. But like I said, I'll make this app available for download. I said that yesterday about the bunny thing, but I came to the conclusion that because it's, I don't expect anyone to be running bot farms. I was like, it turned from a demonstration of how to create a bot farm into seeing there was an aspect of the app that was valuable, which is what we're creating now. So I ditched the bunnies. I decided to keep the app project going, ditch the bunnies, and just turn it into a really powerful tool for creating really high value posts and high impact posts on X or Facebook or email. We'll add all that into it too. Yeah, so it's pretty cool because now that it's got all your voting records and all that sort of stuff, and who's donated to the campaigns and that, you can just click a button and it will generate a post for you that says, oh, you received money from this company, and it'll tag all the people, and it'll potentially, we can make it go and get a link to provide evidence that that is actually true. We can even actually set it up so it takes a screenshot of what the app has found in the data and post that on Twitter. So it doesn't even have to go and find a link to the evidence. It could just take a screenshot of these are your finance managers, this is when they donated, da da da. So, the feature that is valuable on Grace Chong's at Bill Blaster is that they keep an eye on upcoming votes, which is something I'm not building into this app. However, I could actually plug into their app and pull that data. So every time they put something on the app about a new bill that's being voted on or whatever, this app would also present that, which really comes down to how much they really care about getting information out to the public, because the more apps that information is available on, like, hey, this vote's happening on this date, and you should ring your rep or whatever, or post about it or whatever, the more apps that's on, the more exposure it's getting. So it comes down to, do you care about getting kudos for your app, or do you really care about getting the information out to the public? Right? So what I'm doing here is I'm building an app that's got some pretty astounding abilities. I'm not just building it, but I'm showing you how it's done, and why, the things you need to consider when you're building this thing. And I'm going to put the app up for public download, right? Because I do think it's important for people to be actively involved and make it easier for them to be actively involved, give them the tools to do it. So really what I'd like to see is whoever's doing Bill Blaster download this and implement it into Bill Blaster for themselves, right? So I would expect to download Bill Blaster and see some of these features and functions working in it. Particularly the ability to not just find a rep phone number, but obviously generate an email, generate a post for Facebook or X. The reason Facebook's important is because a lot of the demographic is old men, the older people who don't feel comfortable with technology. They don't want to move to X because they're not even that old, some of these people. Like, my sister's in the technology sector, but she just sits on Facebook, right? Because it's where her friends are, she's been on there for years, her photos, everything. She's lost touch with me because I'm banned on Facebook. Right? And I've lost touch with all my friends because they just forget who you are when you're not on their Facebook news feeds and that. It's despicable, actually, of Mark Zuckerberg and his mates to do shit like that. But whatever, bro. That's what gives me the aggression to help people that are exposing Facebook and that, right? I'm like, yeah. What can I do? What can I do to help them? And this is one part of that. Excuse me. Okay, so we've done a lot of setup for the scraper, so it's time to actually run it. I could run it myself, right? I'll just go into the terminal here and type in, I forget now, but you run that script and it will run it. But in saying that, it's created a more complex system for scraping. Right, so I would actually have to look at what it's done. What I would assume it's done, but it probably isn't, is set up one script that activates all of these. So ideally, these scrapers would all run as one process, but it looks like it might actually run as separate processes. Okay, so it's installing some more. So for the more robust scrape mining exercise, it needs to add some more features to the scraper, which is what it's doing now, downloading dependencies, which is just additional software to make sure it goes out and does a more robust job of collecting data. So it's running the scrap in the chat, which isn't really very helpful because it means I can't do other tasks while it's running. But it's just doing some testing, so it's gone out and tried to scrape something and discovered that it's run into an error, so now it's fixing those errors automatically, which is really helpful. It should now quickly fetch the list of representatives from the database after scraping the directory if the target politician isn't found initially. So it's running the commands in the chat here, which is a bit of a pain in the ass because it means I can't, if I type anything in there now and hit enter, it'll interrupt the command. But it might just be running some tests, so it's not doing the full scrape, it's just doing a few to see if it runs into any problems. Yeah, see, this is where Gemini struggles sometimes. It uses tools to access the stuff and run these tasks, and some tasks and tools it says, oh, I can't do that, my apologies, I'm sorry man, I'm sorry I'm a loser. That's when I just switch it back to Claude, and Claude seems to get it done, but I'll give it a chance. Yeah, see, it's the second attempt that's failed. If it fails the second attempt, I'll switch it over to Claude. Yeah, okay, so go back to Claude. I have gotten in the habit of saying please to AI because I don't know, but it might make a difference, believe it or not. Okay, so it fixed it. Alright, so Gemini struggled with that. But Claude got it done again. So Claude seems to be better at using the tools at this stage. I find it hard to understand why Google would be struggling to get, to not be as good as Claude at some tasks. Like, I find that quite phenomenal, actually. So it's running a test, which is good, just on one. What is the actual issue it's trying to fix? Script, help us debug database contents before trying to run this through. Oh. Is it some sort of database issue? Great, let's create a simple create db.js file to ensure we have a properly structured database with an answer to lengthy. Now let's check the index file to define specific issue with a single politician scrape. Now let's check if we can create or update the scraper.js file to fix the issue with finding and scraping Nancy Pelosi. Okay, so it seems to have been having an issue finding Nancy Pelosi's name. Okay, so because I was doing the bunny thing and I already had a kind of database JSON file with the target's names in there, it might be going about this a bit of a different way. And that, because it's getting a little bit confused, not confused, but it's like, well, the app is set up to do it this way because the app was set up for the bunny exercise. So the scripts are set up for that. So it's looking at the code base, like all of the app, and it's saying, well, you've already got some politicians' names in there, and it's slowly starting to realise, oh, you want to get more politicians and add more info to each politician, not just the X link, right? So I'd already realised that in the chat, but when it looks at the code's not really designed for that, so it's taking it a wee while to work through the code, and it fails to try and achieve what we've asked it to do, and it's like, why is it failing? And then it's like, oh, because this code doesn't do that, that code doesn't do that, that script doesn't do that. So it's sort of slowly, so that's where the error handling, fixing errors comes into play, because it runs into errors trying to run these new tasks because the scripts aren't really set up for that. And then it recognises that and fixes one part of the script, tries to do it again, it goes, oh, it's still not working, and then it goes to another script or whatever, and it goes, oh, we need to do this, and eventually it fixes the problem, right? Because it's like, so then you have the new functions and features built in. And this is where developers, senior developers, watch AI code and they go, oh, it's got all the stuff in there it doesn't need and shit, right? And that's because of what I just said. It's because it builds a bit of code to achieve one little thing, and then it builds the next bit of code to achieve the next bit of thing, so on and so on and so on and so on. But so you end up with a whole lot of code, but as it makes the newer code, building the newer functions and features and that, it could realistically have edited the entire process. So some of the initial code it wrote's not needed anymore because you're able to add that into the new functionality. So that's why it's kind of good to stop every 30 minutes to 60 minutes or something and revise, do a revision. Because if you do a whole block of code, when you go back to revise it, you've got a lot to go through, and AI starts getting a bit lost because you haven't written readmes and updated the readmes that, so you get AI to write, oh, we've done this, we've done this, we've done this, we've done this. Then when you go back to do a cleanup and a revision, it's probably got a better idea, or you would as a developer, oh, okay, I wrote all that and I don't need that now, I don't need that because we're using that and that and that. So that's my understanding of why a lot of senior developers look at what AI does and goes, oh, there's all the stuff in there I don't know, which is kind of true. Because this is the mining exercise, I'm not too worried if it is using more scripts than it needs, because it won't affect the speed and functionality of the actual app itself, because the app itself won't be using the scraping. Right? The scraping is run maybe once a day or once a week to update the data. So it could be refined over time. So when it does run a weekly scrape or whatever, it does it faster and more efficiently. But the actual running of the app is the only thing I'm concerned about today. So, because once we've done the data mining, we've got the data, right? And we've got good data. And then the scraping gets put to sleep. It's not getting used. Then it's about the user interface and how the user interface interacts with the database to pull information and generate the reports and the campaigns and stuff, right? So that's where you don't want a lot of messy code, because the cleaner your code is, the quicker the app is going to be. When you click a button and when you ask it to do this, it's going to be like snap, 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 snap. And it's less likely to break and stuff like that, or crash. So that's why I don't really care that it's doing all this work on the scraper. But the more work it does, the better. Particularly for the initial mine, the initial run of the miner, even if it's cumbersome, I can be pretty confident that it's going out and getting data, right? After we've got the initial run of data, then we would want to check the integrity of that data, so the age of the data, like how up to date is it. So initially we want to get as much data as possible, even if it's outdated or whatever, because we just need data to run the calculators and stuff. So then the next step is to see. I probably won't worry about it today because I'm not overly concerned about it immediately, because we have nothing at the moment, right? So we want to have something. So we want to get data, lots of it, and then set up the calculators. Then we can have a user interface that actually works, calculates, generates campaigns, rah. And then we will want to be improving the quality of those campaigns, and how we do that is by improving the quality of the data, and that will simply be by trying to find more up-to-date data. Okay, so we would develop new scripts which would be update. So we wouldn't really run a mining script as cumbersome as this one is. On an update, we would really want to just go back, visit the existing reps and see if they've been replaced or if any new data is available. So we would look for some other websites that might be more up to date, or another app that has more, that keeps their data in better condition, as in more up to date or whatever. So I haven't checked the sources for this data mining exercise. I'm just assuming, based on previous experience, that AI is doing a pretty good job of going out and getting decent data. Might not be the best data, but it's going to be pretty up there, right? If you're going to get really competitive, like if I was running for president or something, I would want the best of the best data. So I had to the minutes information for doing campaigns and rah. Because things happen all the time. Right? Like people die, people get their cats die and they don't turn up for work. You know, stuff, all that stuff matters. So if you've got up-to-date data to the minute, particularly being automatically updating your database, which is running all of your calculators, right, or feeding all of your calculators, which is then informing you on the front end, the user interface, which allows you to then create a campaign to send out a tweet or send an email. You are ahead of the curve, right? So a lot of your competitors, they'll be using just whatever data they can get their hands on because they don't understand the importance of that data integrity. Or usually what it is the web development companies or whoever's doing the development doesn't care as much as they do. So they don't even tell them, right? Yeah. And sometimes to get the most immediate up-to-date data, you're paying for that. It's a premium service because someone's probably manually sitting there looking for if people are updating their data or if their cat's died or whatever. Okay, so can we run this thing yet? I've given it plenty of time to build this thing and test it. So, could have read this. Updated the search logic. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, this is a much more robust build process for the scraper than the one I did the other day. The other one I did, I just did a quick, because I was only doing a demonstration of how to get data, right? But this is a much more robust build of the mining operation. So this is command completed, but we're not seeing much output. Let's check the logbar to see what happened. Type scraper.log. Data section closed, instance closed, could not find representative access classes. What? No existing record found, search directory. Where's it looking? Oh, where's it going? Get database function in ScraperJS, which might cause an issue. Okay, so set up a new SQLite database, so it might be struggling to connect with that. So it's starting to take a bit too long now, so I might jump in here and figure it out. Let's run a simple test using script politicians.js as mentioned on the readme. Okay, the readme is probably the old readme from the old app as well, so that's probably causing some sort of an issue. Wait. The scrapers set up to go on to find up-to-date sources for all this info. Oh, wrong Claude too. Claude's good at sort of brute forcing stuff to get done, but sometimes it's useless exactly what the script is designed to do. He thought so. Okay, users playwright. Running the script would involve making many web requests to external sites, which could take time. Right, limited other restrictions being okay, why aren't they running? Well, that's what I was working on, Dave. I was trying to do it, and then you rudely interrupted me. So why is it connect? down to the start. Rips find is not a function. Rip time is not a function. It's not a function. It's not a function. It's not a function. All browser instances closed. Database connection closed. Starting politician data script was options. Scraping data. Let's try it in some more detail to realize. This is the really good thing about AI is it adds all of this error logging, and then you can like open up your console over here and like copy that back into here. Now let's create a simple test script to check if we can access basic dependencies. So what it's doing is, this is an annoying little thing you gotta keep your eye on. It writes little scripts to run tests, but it doesn't delete them afterwards. So you can end up with quite a few little test scripts, and if you don't keep your eye on them, you don't know if you need them or not, because it doesn't always label them as test scripts. This is very strange. We're consistently getting the same output for every command we run, which suggests something is wrong with the environment or how commands are being executed. Let's check if we can run a simple Node.js script. Maybe it's because the app's open? Probably not. Let's close all of these. I should probably be saving them. I know they're just JPEGs. Okay, the issue appears to be that the terminal environment is stuck returning the same output for every command. This suggests there is a problem with the shell environment configuration issue. This causing all commands to redirect to the same log output caching issue where we're seeing old output instead of new results based on the consistent output database connection closed. It seems like we might be stuck in a loop where the same log file is being displayed regardless of what the command is running. The script's not running successfully because we can't verify the necessary dependencies. Then, okay, so it's okie dokie. Let's close the terminal. Oh, there's three of them open. Okay, so now we've got some system configuration stuff happening probably. So, okay. Try again, I closed all terminals. Most likely there's something running in background. I'll have to close it in Task Manager or something. I don't know. I'm a bit of a noob at some of this more senior level stuff, straight up. Let's start with a very simple test, make sure our terminal is working properly. Okay, so it's telling me it's stuck in some sort of loop or something. I don't know if I should. Oh, it's not on your screen anyway. Headless shell execute. It shouldn't be running if the scraper fire hooked. some processes running in the background here that probably should not be running. Node.js is running. Like, I'm a bit new at environments and running these scripts on local, so admittedly everything slows right down for me when I have to deal with system shit. Oh, now it's trying to reinstall the same dependencies, but it already has them, doesn't it? Where are the dependencies? We'll let it do whatever. Because it's editing from scripts. So now let's go to simple script to verify our environment can properly connect and scrape to House of Representatives website. So it's creating these little test scripts. Oh, at least that one's got teeth in it. Excuse my sniffing and coughing. Oh, it's terrible. It's because we're heading into winter in New Zealand, change of season, and I always get sick twice a year at the change of season. Well, I say that, but actually in recent years I've only been getting sick sort of maybe once every 2 years, which is a bit of some sort of improvement. Interesting, we do see a House of directory.png file, which is just our test script that actually runs successfully. Even though the terminal output isn't showing us results. Let's try running the maze. No. Oh. So what it's saying is, well, we're not getting the proper reporting, but we are getting the data. So let's just go and run the whole script, even though we won't have any reports about how well it worked and what errors. Which I don't really want it to do, but let's just go with it, eh? Scraper log. Where is it? Here it is. Yeah, okay, the database connection is closing. Hang on. I okay, what's it doing? We're gonna fix this, man. Let's check the script log. Let's modify it, and let's just create a debug output. It's already done all this. Let's go back to Gemini and see what happens. What we'll do is we'll start asking, because Claude does tend to get stuck in loops sometimes. Okay, look, buddy. Let's resolve each issue one by one. Is there a system or operating issue that is stuck, looping, needs restarting, cache, etc. That's about as far as my knowledge base is consumed to system, operating systems and shit, mate. Is it stuck? Should I turn it off and back on again, bro? You're right to suspect something systemic, and based on what we're seeing, the issue seems to be with the terminal environment I'm using to run commands on your behalf. Here's the breakdown of the problem. Every time I try to run a command like node simple test, etc. I'll get back to the exact same output. Right, this is an expected output for those commands. Likely cause to strongly suggest the execution environment provided to me is stuck, looping, or returning cached incorrect output. It's behaving as if it's replaying the last line of a previous log instead of executing a new command. Is it your system? Probably not directly while I execute commands in your workspace. The mechanism for doing so seems to be malfunctioning on my end. The fact that the house directory.png file was created earlier suggests the underlying playwright code might be running correctly, but the communication channel back to me showing the STD, sexually transmitted disease, is it out? It's broken. Cache restart. Yes, this behavior is consistent with a stuck process or a bad cache within my execution environment. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to directly restart or clear cache for that environment myself. How to verify? Could you please try running a very simple command directly in your own terminal, like Windows command or PowerShell? Outside of this, in the directory. Okay, I can try that. Try running node version. Yeah, 1.1. It worked. Node simple desktop JavaScript. Oh, it just showed my API key. Cool, bro. What API key is that for, though? It's probably a useless one. Oh, it's my X one. Oh. Now I'm going to have to refresh that. By the time this video is uploaded, trust me, that will be no longer applicable. Okay. Anyway, those commands worked externally. Should I close and reopen cursor? In other words, should we turn it off and back on again? Okay, that's an excellent confirmation. It means the Node.js installation and the basic scripts are fine. The problem is definitely isolated to the terminal environment I'm interacting with in Cursor. Yes, closing and reopening Cursor is the best next step. Restarting the application often resolves issues like stuck background processes, corrupted state or cache within the application's integrated terminal, broken communication channels between the editor and the tools. Please close Cursor completely and then restart it. Once you're back, we can try running one of the test scripts again to see if the terminal output is behaving correctly. Okay, let's close it. It's that easy. Hit the cross. Minimize everything. Restart it. Yeah, man, I'm gonna go down to the river and give me some crawdad, egg, man. Whoa, dude. Whoa, dude, I'm back. We restarted it, man. We retarded it, man. Is it working now, my dude?
It's such bad input.
I'm not overly worried because I've seen this happen before, and it's a bit I would say frustrating. It's a bit like, come on, but eventually it just works, and then it breaks a little bit, like error, and then bang, it all goes and just works, and you're like, whoa, this is amazing. All right, dude, glad you're back. Let's see if that restart did the trick. I'll try running a simple script command again. See if terminal output is fair. Nice, looks like that worked perfectly this time. We got the output from simple test.js, including hello from node.js message and the environment variables. So what's the next agenda? Well, now, my dude. Meow, my dude. We might be able to run damn scripts, y'all. What you reckoning on that, my little friend? Yeah, totally. Looks like the environment is purring now. The readme.md mentions a few commands to run the scraper. Scrapes data. Which one do you want me to fire up first, my dude? Or maybe try one of the advanced ones. Okay, so what's running more separately, like I was talking about earlier on? Thought so. Can we create one operation, my man, so it runs them all concurrently? In one process? Know what I mean, man? Can you dig my dude? Okay, I dig it. You want to bundle multiple scraping actions into a single command run? Well, yeah, duh. Letting them happen concurrently, or at least asynchronously, managed to Node.js instead of running separate commands one after the other. To do that, we'll need to modify scrape politicians.js. Script itself right now, it seems designed to take one command line argument like all single state report and perform that specific task. We can change it to like accept multiple tasks in a single command. Blah 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 blah. In other words, yeah, we can do that, man. I'll refine the plan. What specific tasks do you want to run concurrently? For example, tell me something like run all and state CA California concurrently, and then generate the report. Once you confirm the exact combination, I can write the code changes for script politicians.js. Oh yeah, man. Sounds hot. Whatever, my dude. Just run all of the processes and get me the data with minimum user input. 'Cause I'm like totally chill, bruh. So what I'm going to do today on this video is I'm gonna finish that today, but I'm not going to video the whole thing only because these videos are just they drag on. But you've got the idea of what I'm doing here, and the most important part really of this video is the setup for the data mining. Okay. You can do this for some not just political purposes, but like you can set up massive e-commerce shops with affiliate programs doing this. You can scrape all the products off Amazon, for instance, then sign up with all of the supplier affiliate programs, and then put them onto an e-commerce website like a shop. And there's a few different business models for that. You can put a markup on those products and sell them directly yourself through a buy now button and accept a credit card process or payment gateway, which means that you're then responsible for customer service aspects. So there's some things to consider with those sorts of things. But this is how people have made a lot of money really quickly, right? And doing things like this. The other option with an e-commerce website like that is you don't run the payment gateway. You simply have the buy now button just takes you to the supplier's website product page to fulfill the payment, and the supplier pays your percentage on every purchase. Those are some pretty common models to use, but business models. But the game is changing with AI. I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen with those old school methods. And I say old school, but they're still used, and there's still some big players in those markets. So it surprises me there's not more people doing it. There's some people do it on a small scale, like they'll have a small e-commerce website and they have like one supplier or two suppliers and they just do shoes or something like that, right? But there's some really big players in that game. In fact, a lot of the massive e-commerce web shops, directories out there with millions of products in them, there's all sorts of arrangements that you can have for selling products online. I'll just put it like that. So using AI, I'm displaying some different ways, some different techniques, but these different techniques can be used for different tactics, different strategies, different types of campaigns, different industries, different markets. Same shit, different day kind of thing, right? Now, I could say some stuff that's pretty obvious, but it's not that obvious, right? It's to do with brand identity, like you can build a massive website, but how do you market that website, right? And I don't know how to do some of that stuff too. Reputations, mine is kind of ruined. It's not that I haven't changed, but the information on the internet has certainly not changed, and that sort of scares people away from. They don't want to tarnish their brand and their reputation by aligning themselves with someone like my past in history, right? And boo to them, as far as I'm concerned. Boo to them, because whatever, bro. What happened to me could happen to you in an instant, alright? Instantly, you're in the gutter, mate. If powerful people turn against you, they will fuck you so bad. You'll end up with gang members around your house holding guns at your head. Right. Anyway, my point is, there are ways to get around that. And actually, if you're really clever in business, you don't want to be on the front anyway, right? So that's where I'm not going to say it, but you can, let's just say you can have some other people representing your brand for you, alright? And you just pay them a small, tiny little marketing fee, basically, while you're creaming it in the back end. Yeah, so I'm aware those things happen and whatnot. I'm not really interested in getting into that. I have proven over the years that I could have taken that more seriously and gone down that road. But money's never my motivator, right? I see people driving around in flash cars and stuff like that on the internet, and I'm just like, whatever, bro. I mean, good for you, I suppose. But it's pretty fucking shallow. It's just shallow shit. I do want to have a little bit of money, don't get me wrong. But I don't want to take advantage of people and fucking blow my fucking horse and shit in the process. This guy. So, yeah. So good luck is when you're doing that, I suppose. Whatever. I'm more interested in. I like it. I like it just keeping it real. You know, plumbers, electricians, builders, local guys who actually go out and do work. Not big nationwide conglomerate plumbing companies, which actually are just dudes cruising around in Learjet running big websites and contracting people for a tiny fee. You know, like sick of that shit. I've seen that shit, man. It's just whatever, bro. I'd rather find a little local business owner who goes out, does a bit of work, and look after those guys. I only need a few of them because they make some pretty good money and they're prepared to put some decent money into their web development. You know, some of them because it's marketing and stuff, right? So yeah. Anyway, so we're going to do the scraping. Oh, it is doing it now. I think it is. Starting comprehensive scrape for bigs, Andy, link externals. I wasn't keeping an eye on it, I was just talking shit, but you were probably watching it. How's it getting on, guys? In the chat, let me know. You know, what's happening here? I don't know. Oh, that's right, we're not doing a stream, we're doing a video. You're a scraping comprehensive profile for no such column profile URL. Oh, okay, right, I see what it's doing. Scraping comprehensive profile. So, with scraping, it has to get the elements identifier from the HTML. And if it's looking for the wrong element, because each website uses some like there's a variation of different elements that they might title the element. So the phone number might be div contact number or div phone number or div self number. Right, so if you don't specify those elements correctly, it will say, I can't find it. Right? In saying that, that's where the software like Playwright actually takes all that into consideration, and it generally has lists of common names used for each element. I think I haven't checked into it, but that seems pretty logical to me. You know. So what we're going to do in the meantime is it's running that scrape. It's probably going to take quite a bit of time because it's going to go to all the state reps and get quite a bit of information. It's having some. So these are the. It's having an issue with this profile URL, which I'm not sure. That might be the. Okay. So that's one website it's going to. It's having an issue for some names. So whatever website it's going to, I mean, I'm just making some assumptions at the moment, but I'm assuming that whatever website it's going to get this data, these names aren't on there, which would indicate that it's an older website that doesn't have up-to-date data, which is what I was talking about earlier. Right. So these things are expected in many instances. Okay, so this is the website it's going to. So let's actually go and have a look. Oh no, it's visiting different websites. That's cool if it is. Because it means the scripts are set up. It means the scripts are set up. Okay, so you would expect it to go to that, because I noticed the other day when I ran this briefly, it was going, the house.gov has a subdomain for each rep. And it has the X profile and the Instagram profile, has a small bio. And easily contact information. Check it out. So, it was quite a bit of information for them, wasn't there? Oh, hey bro, want to have a cup of coffee? Enjoy the beer? But anyway, good. Okay, so, how about that? Okay, cool. So apparently we get in all the data, right? And it will allow us, like I was saying, to run some calculations and generate some campaigns. Hey bro! You said you were going to do this, but you've done this, and you've got a proven track record of, I don't know, this guy, so I'm not going to say too much, but you know, theoretically, we could find out that he's not doing anything that he's actually saying he's doing. Because a lot of people don't go and check these websites and check the voting records and that, right? So they just believe what these people say on TV and on the internet, right? Obviously, those times are changing with all this new media, and like Timcast and all that out there, right? They're actually doing the research, going and looking at, which is just literally going on the website, right? And seeing how often these guys actually do what they say they're going to do. Let me know what you want to do, just chill and wait or peek at the database. Yeah, let's take a look at the database, man. Oh man. Okay, dude, let's take a peek at what's in the politicians.db file based on those errors we saw flying by on the log. No such column for you. It looks like this script ran into trouble trying to save the detailed information from the individual profile pages inside the script functions. It seems those functions were also trying to use the non-existent profile URL column name when talking to the database, just like Script directory was initially. So we probably only have the basic info that managed to save before things went sideways. I'll run a command to query the first 10 rows. Okay. So even if on the first run it doesn't manage to get all the data, that's okay. It's kind of expected, right? It's not very often you get 100% success on the first run. Okay, but you do get the errors back, and that's how you evaluate the fix to remedy the problem and install the solution, man. So, these are now PHP little. So you talk to the database using PHP, I think. It's my understanding. Yeah. Select ID. No, it's PHP. So, what it's doing is it's just running a little command to talk using the language that it needs to talk to the SQL database, and it's going to bring back the first few results to see what we got back. Like, did it get the name? Did it get the phone number? Did it get the website? Did it get the right? And if there's, well, I would expect there will be null fields, right? So the database was initially set up with all that stuff we want. We told we want to get this, we want to get this. Like we said, we set our goals high, mate. There's no mucking around here, mate. We were like, I don't just want the phone number and the email. I want it all, bro. The voting records and everything, right? So we set our target like real high, and like it's telling us, oh, we didn't manage to get everything, bro. And so now we're going to see exactly what it didn't get. But here's the thing. Here's the good news. There's good news. You know, this is the rainbow, bro. The pot of gold is that we probably got more than enough information, right, to get something started. Because, like I said, we asked it to get lots of stuff. And initially, we don't need all of that stuff. Because we're not going to be building a million calculators immediately. Right? We're going to do them one by one. They happen pretty quickly. But my point is that we can fix these if we want that information. So we're going to look at the data. We're going to look at the data, and we're going to say, we've got what we needed. We've got the name, we've got the email, we've got the phone number. You know, we've got the X profile. That's enough for now to start building some of these features of the UI, user interface, into the app front end. And what we can do is we can say, okay, let's fix those scripts for later. So it'll fix the mining operation to have another go at getting the additional information. And while it's, so you can sort of do that as a background task while you're moving into doing some front-end development to start getting the data pulled to the front. You know. So we've done, even though it doesn't look like we've done anything, because I haven't even opened the app. Let's look at it and see if it still even works. Probably doesn't. Which is expected, by the way, because we've done so much editing in the back. It's lagging. That's because I'm running this operation in the back. Yeah. So you can do it. Yeah, this is jamming up my memory. Normally what I do with a mining operation is say to it, can you write the memory to the file every 100 or 200 records, which is normally pretty safe. 100 or 200 hold memory because it's only some text. You could normally do it like every 1,000 records or something, but the reason it's lagging and running slow is because we went probably a bit of overkill on this mining tool. Yeah, okay, so now we're getting into some lag, but the lag is my system. So if I bring up Task Manager, I'm probably going to see my CPU peaking, which is not always the best thing to do. Yeah, so where's the Task Manager? I opened it. Come on. Oh, it's because it's running real slow. Oh my gosh, it's running real slow. So this mining tool, I haven't set it up very well, and so it's starting to really push my little laptop pain. It's like, bro, what are you up to, man? There is a chance I might have to stop it and reconfigure it so that it's running a bit more efficiently. That's why I'm opening the Task Manager. Pretty confident that by the way everything's hanging or lagging, that when I check my CPU performance, I'll bring it up. It's finally open. It took all that time to open the task manager. So, look at that. Oh, that's not good, mate. That's not good, mate. That's not good. That's not good at all. Look at that. It's peeking out the Wi-Fi and everything. Oh, that's scary to look at. I mean, really, I should be like shutting it down right now, shouldn't I? What am I doing? Let's Control C that shit, man. Catch you later. Fuck, bro. That won't even let me get. Let's kill the task. We'll just kill it. We'll just kill it. We'll kill it. Yeah, see? I've got 2 gig memory. I opened the app. It took that long to open the app. No, let's close you. We don't want you going. Performance. Yeah, no, fuck this shit. I need to get it stopped. Stop. Script. CPU max. XX. Whatever. Kiss G2, bro. I'm not gay. No homo, mate. No homo, mate. Oh, it finished. Oh, I just told it to stop the script, but it finished doing the heavy duty one. Now it's running the next one, which probably isn't quite as heavy duty. That's kind of why I was postponing cancelling the script operation, because I was like, oh, it might finish soon. And then I cancelled it, and what happened? It finished. Database table created already exists. It's still running heavy CPU. You're watching me kill my laptop is what you're watching me do here. This is not good, bro. You don't want to be doing this, man. It's not real bad. I mean, it is. You don't want to be running it at 199% like that. That's just ridiculous. But I have got some. I have got some things in place to hopefully I can do it for a little bit without cooking it. Still right up there. Okay, now we're gonna have to stop the script. Where is it running the script? In here. Let's just Control C. Control C should cancel the operation. What's it doing now? Is it writing it to the database? Let's try broad command for list processes and look for Node.js. Oh, look at that, it's even looking in the task manager. Wow, I didn't know I could do that from here. Doesn't surprise me, that. Okay, that must be the task list command didn't return you running. Execute process could mean the script actually finished, crashed. So it should be coming back down now. Yeah, that's a bit better. Still pretty high though, there's something running in the background. Should be down here. Okay. At least it's not up here. Far out, that was pretty full on. Okay, script is stopped. Can we get it to run using less CPU? I think the problem is that I used the word concurrent. Okay, so I said do everything all at the same time. Right. And it's not the best thing to do. I knew when I wrote that in there I'd used the wrong word, because the word I was really looking for was still can't think of it. It's not that you want to run one and then another one and then another one. It's you want to run a little bit of that one, then a little bit of that one, then a little bit of that one, then a little bit of that one. And you want to write the files, also write memory to disk every, I don't know, let's say every 10 records to be safe. So it'll instead of collecting all the information into memory before writing it to the database, every 10 records, so every 10 state rep, because there's quite a lot of information for each rep, and the script is too robust, so it's doing a whole lot of processes just to get, one little bit of information. We are going to be real safe and say after every 10 records, write that to the database, and then go and do the next 10. Right? What? And write to disk every 10 records, mate. Whatever, bro. For some reason. Oh no. There we go. Hasn't sent that though, I don't think. Control copy. Control paste. Can we yeah, right. That's exactly what I said, right. Running them all concurrently. Okay, so it's already got that, so let's just add in this bit here. Right, every 10 records. And that way, if the script crashes or whatever, it's halfway through, it's already written every 10 records. Because if the script crashes and you're not writing from memory to disk, it will actually, it won't write anything. Right? So for smaller mining exercises like this, where there's only like 900 reps or whatever, it's not such a big issue. But when you're doing millions of products and processing millions of data entries, it becomes an issue when you crash halfway through and you haven't written anything to disk. Okay, so set 5 for now, and the progress logging. This should keep the CPU usage much lower and give you feedback as it says data you can run it in the background. Okay. So it's running the scripts and probably. Okay, it's skipping the task of creating. Because I would imagine it actually already got those names. Yeah. So what it did was it quickly checked what it already had, I think. And that's why I skipped all those ones, because it's like we already got that, and now it's going, it's resuming from where it left off. Yeah. Okay, so that seems to be working better, see? It's a bit smoother. Null is never something that's good to look at in a database, because you want those fields to have something in them, but whatever, bro. This is only the first run, so. You could say this is the second run now, but it's not. It's sort of run 1.5, isn't it, because we stopped, because we were cooking the laptop. Oh my gosh, it's still up there! But it's running smoothly now. Yeah, I don't like that. But there's only 900 reps or something, so. And it is dropping occasionally, so. Not really good to do, bro, but because we're only doing a small exercise here, we might get away with it. If we don't, the video will end abruptly and you won't see me online for probably about 7 days. Because I have to go and sort out a new computer, which I'm looking at doing anyway. This little laptop, man, has pulled off some amazing shit. It has blown my little mind away, mate. It's only, what is it? It's 4-core, quad-core, 2.4, and I put a couple more RAM in it. What is it now? It's like 16 gig RAM, but it's only a 2.4 quad-core. There's a way, a lot of people don't know this, but you can actually go into your system and, even if you've got a quad core, you've actually still got the additional cores available. Because when they manufacture the processors, they put the cores in there for high performance chipsets, but they just turn off the additional cores. So you can actually, there's a way to go into your system and turn those additional cores on. So even though it shows 4 cores, there's actually 8. You do that plus turn off all the additional crap on Windows, which I haven't turned everything off. So as you can see here, I've still got some decorative stuff happening. But this laptop runs pretty well, I've got to say. Like, it's pretty quick, man. I'm surprised. That said, you shouldn't really be running it up here like that. But yeah, like I said, it's only a small exercise. We're probably nearly done. So what we'll do in the meantime is we're gonna have another cigarette. That's what I'm gonna do. It's 10:42 a.m. Do you know where your children are? So I mean, I started at 7 o'clock this morning, and we're at 10:42, and I know it might not look like we've accomplished much yet, but this is the back end work, and the front end work, okay, it's, I'm not undervaluing the front end work, but the back end work, particularly database, is really 90% as far as I'm concerned. Like, I mean, I say that, but you know, front end is still, there's a bit of an art to getting this data presented the way you want, and the calculator's set up to present on the user interface. You know, we want this to be a plug and play, click this, right? We want it to be real easy to use for Nana and Granddad, right? So we don't want them to have to enter anything, and we don't want any flash language or anything. Just would you like to destroy Adam Schiff's career? Click here. Right? That's how simple you need it to be for the mega Nana and Granddad out there. Yep. Alrighty, so while it's doing that, I'm gonna unplug my. I was charging up the old headphones and mic. I've got one of those big gaming headsets on my Xbox, mate. Back in a second. Well, Matt, back. I'm in the kitchen. We've got the jug on. We're ready to rinse, recycle, repeat. Is that what it is? Something like that. Let's get some sun in this bedroom. Oh, yeah. That's good, mate. Is it still scraping? Of course it is. Of course it is. The reason I'm not too concerned about the CPU there is because I did upgrade some shit, and even though the CPU usage is right up there, it's actually handling it. But you shouldn't do that on your computer normally, unless you've done some additional stuff to your. Like that first run that I did, where it was lagging out the computer, where you watched everything slow right down, that was starting to get concerning. Oh, bro, what are you up to, mate? Ooh, yeah. My cat has gotten so much cooler in the last week or two. Like, when he was born into a room with a puppy pit bull. And it was a friendly pit bull, but it was fucking excited. And this poor kitten, when I went to pick it up, just looked like, what the fuck is life about? Like, this pit bull was just trying to play with this little thing, man. And I was like, so I picked up my kitten, and I put it on me, and it just clung to me for dear fucking life. It looked so confused. And I was like, oh, you poor little fucking thing. Anyway, it's really had an impact on that cat, because he's about 2 years old now, and I'll tell you, man, like, he he's not overly keen about being too close to people, right? So he wasn't angry or anything, but he was just like, bro, I'll just stay over here, you stay over there, sort of thing, you know? But in the last couple of weeks, because I have, even though I might come across this fucking angry guy or whatever, I'm not, right? And anyway, so I love my cat to pieces. And just through patience and acceptance, that he was fucking thrown around like a little ragdoll kitten by this pit bull, red-nosed fucking pit bull. And he was rejected by his first owner. The woman I got him off from church, her daughter had him. And she decided she didn't want him, so she sent him back to this house with this pit bull. Because initially it was the mother's cat that had him, and then the daughter took him, and she was like, oh no, I can't have him. So sent him back. And anyway, I called him Donald Trump. It's only a coincidence that he's orange. It's just pure coincidence. He's not really orange, he's what's the name? Like coffee coloured? Yeah. So his name's Trumpy, and just in the last couple of weeks, he's like started to like do things that I always hoped he would do. You know, cat might do, like sleep. Like I'm sitting on my couch, and he comes and sits next to me and goes to sleep now instead of sleeping on the floor on the other side of the room. And just in the last couple of days, he's finally realised there is no escaping being petted when he's trying to sleep, because normally he would just start savaging my arm like, fuck off, man, get the fuck on, fucking sleep. But I persisted, and you persist with these things, and now he just realises, fuck, he's gonna fucking pet me, no matter what. So, remarkable improvements with the cat, just in the last couple of weeks, and then the last couple of days, the petting thing has stepped up. Yeah, so that's the situation with the cat. He's not, sort of his anxiety has decreased. Yeah, didn't need to go on medication, just needed some time. A little bit like me, just needed a little bit of time. Yep. What's going on with this mining operation, man? Is it still mining? Still mining! Why is it still mining? It's not that many records. Is it mining? Or is the computer dead? No, it's not dead. Okay. Having a few. These are standard issues that you'll sometimes see when you're running mining operations. I'll finish this smoke and see what it's up to at that point. And then I might continue the video for longer. Wherever we're up to, so be it. I'll use that data and we'll get something happening on the front end before I end the video. Yeah, I'm just hanging out the window. The sun is streaming down. It's a nice blue sky. Smell of fresh grass that was mowed the other day. All my little plants. I've got a real budget garden with some silver beets. I've got a pumpkin. I've got some little cottage flowers, some tomatoes. My lettuce is gone. Got thyme, sage, parsley, and what was the other one over there? That is sage, thyme, and oregano, which is good for the pizza, mate. Bugga pizza, bugga pizza, bugga pizza. I used to be friends with this guy, an Italian. Oh no, he wasn't Italian. He was fucking. What do you call him? Like from Saudi Arabia or something. Fucking funny dude. His name was DeVito. And he owned Bigger Pizza with his brother, and he started a small franchise in New Zealand. He was pretty out there kind of guy. He was like a budget Cobra Tate. Like he had MR2, Mazda MR2, and he bought the Ferrari kit for it, and like so it kind of looked like a Ferrari, but not really. It was a Ferrari or a Porsche or something. Had the spoilers on it and the flare kits and the racing stickers and shit. And at the time I had a GSXR 1000 Superbike, and I'm pretty fucking ruckus on my motorbikes, and I'm pulling fucking proper wheelies at over 200 kilometres an hour and stuff like that. Hypothetically, because it's illegal to do that, don't recommend it. But when you got a bike like that and you're a young man, I tell you, man, it's pretty hard to keep that fucking front wheel on the ground. Anyway, I didn't buy the bike to look at or to be poser or anything. It was a lot of guys buy those bikes to be posers on or whatever, but I bought it for the thrill. And I learned how to do all the tricks and stunts on it and stuff, right? So, I learned that you could bring the back wheel up and do, what do they call them? Stoppies. Like you stop on your front wheel, brake. Bring the back wheel up and you can turn the bike around in the air and stuff like that. So I was, learning that stuff, I was dropping the bike and stuff like that, but I got real good at riding this bike, man. And it was a big bike, not a little one. Anyway, DeVito, he pulled himself this cool looking little 250, you know, and looked like a race bike, but it was a little 250 thing. And it was a good bike, don't get me wrong. It was can't remember what it was. It was like an RGV or something. Which so it wasn't. You can get these shitty ones from China. They look like the 1000cc, but they're only 250 and they're gutless. That's a posy bike, man. Like that is just a piece of shit. But the RGV 250s and that, they're actually not too bad. They're pretty quick and well designed and shit. But so he had one of them. Anyway, he always had these pretty girls hanging around him at his pizza shop and shit because of his posy fucking car and shit. And his gold chains and that. Fucking classic, dude. I didn't want him because he was funny as fuck. But yeah, I went to visit him at his pizza shop one night. It was a Sunday, there was no traffic around or anything. And I come up about wheelies, doing wheelies or something. And I said, I can do wheelies. And he goes, bullshit. And he looked at me real surprised. And I was surprised he said bullshit. I was like, well, yeah, I can. And he goes, bullshit. And I was like, mate, how can you not do a wheelie, especially on a bike like mine, And he goes, show me. So him and his little fucking troop of chicks fucking followed me out on the road, and I jumped on this bike, and I went down the road a wee bit, and I came racing back up the road, lifted the front wheel up, fucking very quickly get to 200 kilometres an hour on one of those things with the front wheel hanging right up in the air. And I pulled this fucking wheelie. Oh, that's what it was. It was about stoppies. That's right. He goes, oh, I want to learn how to do stoppies or something. And I was like, it's easy. You just put your front brake on and fucking have the balls to bring the back wheel up. And so he was like, you can't do them. And I was like, yeah, fuck you. So yeah, I went down there, I did this fucking big wheelie down Fury Road, and then fucking, as I was coming to a stop, put the front wheel back down, and then put the front brake on, brought the back wheel up, and turned the bike around 180 in the air, and fucking then parked it. The look on his fucking face, like, what the fuck, you can't. I was like, yeah, bro, you just gotta fucking try these things in life, Old Dave Vito from Bigger Pizza. I don't know what happened to those guys. He was fucking funny though. He's probably in fucking Cobra Tate's team. He'd be all about that shit. Alright, I finished my cigarette break. Let's get back in here. The reason I closed my curtain is because the sun streams onto the screen and I can't see shit. Okay, this thing looks like it might be stuck. Where are we at? Oh no, it's still going. Alright, anyway, in the meantime, while it's continuing to do that, it must be getting some pretty good data. Either that, or it's running a really heavy program and getting nothing. One of the two. What's the CPU doing at the moment? The computer's running alright, so fuck, it's right up there, isn't it? It's a bit concerning. Does it have temperature on here? I think my temperature's alright because my fan's not going, and I've got a cooler on the laptop too, so if I heard the fan going, then I'd be starting to get concerned. So that does look concerning though. Anyway, we'll let that run, and what we'll do here, it is lagging a little bit, not too bad. Can we get a sample of the data? I'm running these commands in the chat, but I could just go over here and look, couldn't I? So I didn't even look where it's storing the data. Oh, it's right into a CSV, isn't it? So that's better. should be in here probably. Put data. What is the location of the mined data DB? We're going to have to rearrange the data because it had a different setup for the Bunny app. That's what this is about. So potentially we might run a couple of different data sets for the different tasks that we want the app to perform. Probably not, but it might be something we look at doing. I wish I just hurry up though, because I want to finish this video and just finish the video by putting some of this data out on the front end. So you can actually see some sort of result from all of this quote unquote work based on the code and the script. Oh, okay. That's using that one. The database file's named politicians.db and it's located in the directory where you ran the script. Given we were set up the full path should be bunnies, politicians. Okay, so it's in the bunnies folder. It's going to be a bit of an issue because we're not using bunnies anymore, so we'll have to do some renaming. Yeah. With bunnies. Do you see a bunnies folder? I don't see a bunnies folder. What? Okay, maybe it's got the wrong. What is it? Politicians.db. There it is. Okay. Probably going to need an extension that allows us to read the file. The file's not displayed in text editor because it is either binary or uses an unsplit text encoding. Okay. So what we'll do is we will open it using an external program like, because we just want to see what it's getting. So let's open the web project. We'll just open a notepad. Oh, yeah, okay, right, I see. Bunnies is the root directory, that's why I couldn't find it in the subdirectory. Where are we? Politicians.db. Oh, it's a database file. I might not be able to open that in Notepad. Let's have a look. Might be able to. Might get away with it. Which means I'll have to wait because the mining script is writing to that file, so I can't run a conversion on it or anything while the script is running. And that's going to take a million years to open Notepad? Really? Can you get a sample of the collected data, please? Probably run it'll run a command and it'll say, oh, I can't do it, but at least then I'll have the command and I'll just run it externally and command prompt or something. Come on, mate. Come on, mate. You can do it, mate. I thought I'd finished my coffee, but I was looking at the wrong cup. I've got two cups. I've got a big cup, and then I've got a large cup. And in the last couple of days, I have been drinking large cups of coffee. Come on, buddy. You can do it. Come on, Mike. Come on, Mike. Oh, that's finished? Or was that the other one that was running? Yeah, that was the other one. I don't know what this shit's about. Give me a break. It's been happening a little bit too much lately. Let's close some of this stuff. Oh, what? Oh no, it's running two at the same time? Is it? Oh no, this is not good. This is a mess. Let's stop. No wonder it's fucking struggling. Finally opened and says I can't do it. Why is it not just stopped? Oh, null. This is not what we wanted to see. Oh, okay. Okay, we're getting some data. Yeah, we're getting data. It's real bad though. The script is shit. The script is shit. Might move faster now that we've fucking stopped the other morning operation running over top of it. Anyway, we'll just let that run. Don't know what its problem is. Switch back to Claude. Sometimes these little bugs are fixed by simply switching the agent. Give me a break. It's probably got something to do with this. Well, this is getting a bit boring for a video. This is all part of development though. Well, admittedly, I should have shown a bit of restraint with letting the script get so cumbersome. Like I was watching it create some sort of monstrosity to mine this data, and I allowed it to carry on, and now we are paying the consequences, suffering the consequences for that. Give me a break, man. Must be something to do with the mining. Hang on. Starting what? Oh, starting task. Okay. Hasn't it already been to get these records? Fuck you. Cancel. Fuck yeah. It should have finished by now, so it's doing something wrong. Shut up. God, that's such a Valley Girl thing to say. Shut up. I don't know where I get this shit from, man. I follow too many hot little American chicks on the internet. Okay, come on, Mike. Come on, Mike. Come on, Mike. Come on, Mike. It's not recognised as an internal operable programmable batch file. What are you talking about? So we're going to check the quality of this fucking data, and even if it doesn't have all the data, it doesn't matter. So I'm going to basically delete those scraping scripts, or tell it to strip them right back, basic, and run it again later. Oh my god. Okay, so the script is so that's actually the worst mining attempt I have ever done. I didn't even create the header. Let's check the schema database, same like the columns are available. There's no output. But we've seen output. It was crap output, but there was output. The database exists. Let's see what tables it contains. Looks like I found two tables in the database for structure. Now let's look at some sample data. Let me count the total number of rivers in the pollution table. It's not running the commands. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's this fucking shit here. It's that little fucking thing there. It's a little Q with a love heart and a diamond. So that's someone playing a fucking joke on me. That's what that is. So it's it's 6 area, you think? What's this still doing this shit for? Okay, stop. Write the command for me here in chat and I'll run it externally. Claude's fucking rubbish with some of this data stuff. Yeah. Actually, I think if I click apply, I'll run it on this terminal down here. Whatever, who cares? Just copy paste this and run it. Syntax error. What's syntax error? What? Let's clear the terminal and try that again. I'll get fucked. Open the DB in editor. I did that because I know that when I try and open it, it's going to go, no, you can't do that, bro. See? So it's going to need some sort of extension. I thought it put the CSV reader in there. Oh, God. I this all installed on the system. Install and run server from editor. Sorry about this. But this is all part of it, you know? So I have it. I've just got to try and remember if I have SQL system-wide PHP and shift. Pretty sure I do. Womp womp womp. It's becoming a bit tedious, so we just want to start doing some brutal shit to it in a minute, to get it to move forward, you know what I mean? Like, even if it breaks some other shit, it doesn't matter. Break it, fix it, move forward. So basically what we're doing now is we're just making sure we have the right software installed to run the SQL database system that we installed earlier. Even though the data might not have collected properly, although it looked like it did get something because we opened it in Notepad and saw that we had a lot of null fields, but we also had data. So now we just got to figure out how to open that data in the correct format, which is SQL. And I do have other SQL projects, PHP projects and stuff on this machine. So I know the software's installed, but that's system-wide. It's not in the project yet. So there will probably need to be a script or a dependency installed into this project to tell it to talk to the system-wide installation or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Installing npm. Pretty sure we've installed that about 5 times now, but whatever. That's all thing I'm checking it. 0 relative. What's it doing now? So now, we're going to have to step in and give it a bit of a spanking. Like, come on, bro. What are you up to? What have you been doing? How long has this been going on for now? I haven't even been keeping track of time. Oh, yes, I have. We started at 7 o'clock. We should be further along than this by now. Uh-oh. So, what? 4 hours? What? Oh my god, this video is like 4 hours long already. Well, we've got some data, and you have now seen what's things that you should consider when you're collecting data. You've also seen the software that we use. We did not set the scripts up properly. We let AI go a bit too hard on, because I was like, oh, we want to be robust with this and that. So it's my fault, because I told AI, we want to go large, bro. Right, so that was kind of my mistake. And then I allowed AI to go way too large, and I sat here and watched it go large. I was hoping and praying, right, that it would run the script. I knew it would be heavy, but I thought it would come. I thought it would, because I knew there was only about maybe 1,000 records to go and get. So I was like, I'll just let it do it. But it was doing something dumb. And so anyway, we're going to work with the data that we have. Yeah. Okay. So apparently we are up and running on. Oh no, it's just looking at, because the app was running. I see. It's going to try and make another web-based thing. Okay, so it just opened That's the single bunny thing from the original app. So we still need to take care of that rubbish. But what it's doing is it's checking the server setups. So the original Bunnies app was a web-based app, and so it's got server-side logic for opening browser, running the app in a browser. But then I switched it over to the desktop app, which is what you saw at the start of the video, which uses other server software. But I never removed the web server software because I knew that I would eventually want to also offer it as a web app. So even though I was working on creating a desktop app, I didn't worry about removing the web stuff because you would eventually allow it to be run on browser web as well, right? I'm talking to myself as much as I'm talking to you. The whole known people that are watching this video. It's fine, whatever. Okay, so now it's hanging. Okay, now it's hanging. What we'll do? Can we get the data to display in the desktop version of this app? Even just maybe a list of the names or something. Anything? If we keep failing it, I was going to say I'll stop the video if we keep failing at this, but the reality is we are moving through to the next phase. We're certainly having some stumbling blocks here, but we are actually moving forward because what we're gonna do is we're telling it the goal is to get some of the data displaying in the app. Whatever it is, even if it manages to get one name and display it in the desktop app, that's a big step forward, right? Because it'll have to make sure it's using the right scripts to run the servers for SQL to do that, right? So that will. So if we get a little bit of data displaying in the app, we know that it has done something significant to set up the server software in the back for this particular operation. Because we have now switched over to using SQL, right? Whereas the previous Bunny app was just running JSON and using HTML with the JSON and JavaScript. And now we've upgraded to SQL. So it has to prepare the SQL scripts. Right. Cool. So it's right. So this is so we are actually moving forward, believe it or not. Here it's writing up. It's editing the app front end, and it's going to try and bring through some of this data. See. So actually, this will be a big step forward. It'll work pretty quickly. I have a feeling it's going to work pretty quickly. Because what we've done is told AI. Oh, look at that! There you go. Holy shit! Look at that! It just brought them all up as cards. Okay, so as you can see, we certainly did get a big step forward right there. Those will be, see, links to the website. District 5th, New York, Federal, Republican. So we've got basic data for now, which is great. To get the rest of the data, it's not actually that hard, right? So I did all this fancy stuff with the scripts and rah-de-rah, and the reality is, it didn't work, right? Because here's all the information that we want, right? So it's not that hard to run a script and get this information, right? So all that crap that AI was doing to build a robust script was a waste of time. It was whatever it was doing, it was doing a terrible job at it. My fault more than its fault because, managing projects and just let it. Anyway, whatever. So what we have at the moment is we have the data coming out into a web-based app, right? Which is okay because at least we know now the data is there, and it's there. We go. We've got something going on here. Oh, and it even put in a little search. Did it get Nancy Mace in there? No. So it's gone to the same place that it did yesterday. Oh no, it's got. It's got. Okay, it's got duplicate data. So and that's because it's created two tables and shit. So that's not a big problem. That's just it's actually not a big problem. Because at the moment we're just happy it's got data, right? So okay, so that's great. It's great. It works as a web app, but can we get the data to pull into a drop down? We don't want to drop down that. Can we get the data to pull into a search on the desktop app? And we want to use a I was going to say JSON search. We'll just start with that. See what happens. Pretty sure might be wrong about that. For indexing search, I thought it was done in JSON, but this is SQL, so I'm not sure how that relationship works, but we'll find out. It's great, it works as a web app. Come on. Yeah, so that's the web, that's the app on the browser. So we want it to, we just want something in here, anything will do, even one politician name. But really we don't want it in the web app. But if it's in the web app, it's probably working on the desktop app too. So I guess what you could say is, if I had been a bit more careful with creating the miner for data mining, probably would have saved about 2 hours here. Oh, it's creating a new app? Don't do that. Is that Claude? Oh, yeah, it's Claude. Fuck, sort it out, bro. There is already a desktop app. I think it also works in browser. npm start runs it from this route. But so we need the database to start working with this app. so we can create some new UI functions and features. So it is getting a bit confused, which is only because I decided to start working with the other app and edit the other app into this new app. Reality is, having gone through the last 4 hours, probably would have just been easier to start the whole thing from scratch, to be honest with you. Because now we've got a little bit of a mess over here. A little bit of a mess. So we've seen developers looking at it going, a little bit of a mess. Yeah, it is only a little bit of a mess, to be honest with you, because I'll do a cleanup. After I've got the data coming through to the front end, I'm going to do a cleanup. I'm going to do a brutal cleanup that'll probably delete a ton of stuff I need. And once we've minimised everything, then I'll get it. I'll basically rewrite the whole thing. Oh, goodness me. Yeah. So, what's doing? Okay, did it find the... Okay, I understand. It seems existing. There we go. Electron, I should have mentioned that. There's a primary application we need to integrate. Yeah, okay, so it gets it. Yep, so that's because I switched over to Gemini. Gemini's a bit smarter at that sort of thing. Add database handling. Yeah, okay. We need to give it a function, though, for the user interface. So it's got like a goal to achieve. I'm just trying to think. Okay, let's add all politicians' names to the existing drop-down menu. Now, you don't want 1,000 names in a drop-down menu. Right, it's ridiculous. But if we can get the names into the drop-down, we can then turn the drop-down into a search box instead of a drop-down. Because we at least then we know the names are in the desktop app, and the database is connected, and then we just simply tell it to dismiss the drop-down and put a search in there. And then you can then we can have like a, and I won't get into it. It'll be a little search thing. You can search for your local rep or whatever. And there'll be some filters, so if you're not sure what your rep name is, you can click on Connecticut. I don't know who your rep is. Click here, right? And I go, what state are you in, and what district are you in, right? And then I go, oh, your rep is this person, and you click on it, it brings up their profile card. Okay. So that's the type of functionality we're going to need. Step 1, get the names working in the drop-down. So now it's starting to struggle. Ideally, really what I want to do at this point is just do a bit of cleanup, but I don't want to end the video on a cleanup. I want to end the video showing you the names appearing in the app. And let's have a look if the app even still opens after all this crap we've done. Probably does. Nah, it doesn't now. Yeah, it's a little bigger. Oh, okay. Does actually happen. Alright. So, I'm not going to even click on anything, but see it opens a new browser for those websites. So I put all that on there yesterday. So all of this will work an app. It's a cool little app, right? You can
turn off central heating immediately and plug this in to slash winter energy.
At the moment, it opens a new browser window and shit. But actually, what will happen is it'll be like a little browser and it'll open new tabs and stuff. So it's kind of going to be like the ultimate mega weapon, right? It's going to be like a little, everything someone from Megan needs. So I probably won't have Breitbart on there. These are just some random ones that it grabbed. It randomly got War Room, which was good to see. Probably because I associated the whole app to Natalie G. Winters from the start. And it got Breitbart. It decided that. I didn't even tell it to. And I just said, we want to put some links on. And it went and grabbed the Post-Millennial, which was surprising. It's Libby Evans and Jack Posobiec. I probably did that actually because I created a list of names. Well, I got it to go to... let's just say it's real clever. I only gave it some simple prompts, and it went away and got a whole bunch of names that were really relevant to what I was trying to do. And I was like, whoa, that's good. Good start for sure. And then when I said create some links, I thought, normally it would just put placeholder links in there, like put a website link here, right? But it actually went and got these, so I was like, oh, okay, that's all right. So we're going to have a little search on here. We're going to have create social media campaign. What's the messaging of the day? Urgent situations. So there's some buttons for that sort of thing. Right. And then it'll be like, what Steve Bannon got to say. You click on that, and it'll bring up his latest Getter posts, and just all that good stuff, right? And of course, we'll have external links. But the external links, I'll probably get them to open in the app. So like when you click War Room, it'll actually open in the app. So it's like its own browser, right? And this is for the bunny thing that we had. So that will be kind of based off the README. Right. So yeah, anyway. You'll be able to log into your X account. Probably can set it up so you can log into your Facebook or whatever as well. Right. And yeah, I'll have to look at all of that sort of stuff. So you can see I've got it set up with X, but X is expensive to run these APIs, to say the least. Yeah, right, okay, so it's still got the stuff in here, which I showed you at the start. Of course, because we haven't done any development on this yet, right? So anyway, where are we here? What is it doing? It looks like the Node.js was successfully updated to include all politicians' name handler. The next step is to expose this handler to the preload file, which the front-end renderers can call it. Shall I proceed with modifying preload? Yeah, go for it. Bruh. So obviously, okay. Yeah, no, it hasn't. So initially we just want them to appear in here, and then we know the data is connected. Go away. Yuck. Yeah, that's all we want to do. We just want to do that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just going to rush through this last little bit. This last little task to get the names to appear in here, and then I'm going to end this video. Have a wee break, and I might start another video, which will be where we start putting all of that stuff into the app I was talking about just before. Got it. Oh, modifier under.js to populate existing acquired target drop down with politician names from the database. Yeah, boy. which is exactly what we were wanted to do. So put the names into the target drop down. Oh, yeah, okay, fair enough. It's a bit of relevancy there. That's why I figured it out. See, it's stopping now. Like, do it. So, yeah. To be honest, this thing has become a bit of a mess. Like, so. Yeah. Yep. So I'm gonna do a massive cleanup off camera, because and I'll come back with the thing completely cleaned out and broken and not working, because it would have deleted a bunch of stuff that it needs probably. And then what we'll do, and actually what I'll do is I'll start creating a better directory structure as well. So yeah, putting prop different functions into their correct folders and stuff. And I'll tidy out the database, as in probably create a couple of different tables, maybe not. And because we might start doing some search indexing, which actually, because the more indexing you've got happening, the better AI. That's kind of how you train your bots and that really. For the responses and stuff. What are you doing, mate? Oh, it says it's done. I bet you it hasn't. Might have, we'll find out. Whatever. Why is it doing that? That's to do with... It was still opening. There's an area there, whatever, who cares? Yeah, whatever, mate. Oh, so it should be directly... Oh, now it's going through. It should already be logged in. I already had all that sorted out yesterday, so something's broken, whatever, who cares. That's probably an API request every time we do that. Now there's none in there. Okay. Look. Oh yeah, let's give it one more go. Now, there are no names in the target drop down. This actually, I'll push through and we'll get some tasks done that will make a big difference right here. So it'll be really easy to get all of these cards, profile cards, appearing in this app. Okay. So once we've got the names appearing in the drop down, when you click on a name, it'll open the profile card in here. We're going to get it to go that far, because once we've got the names appearing in there, which will happen pretty quickly, to get those cards to open when you click the name, it's going to be pretty easy. So remember earlier on in the video I said, once you've got the database data in, the UI stuff is actually quite easy. So once you connect the database to the UI, it starts to get real easy to quickly develop front-end functions and features. Yeah. I've predicted what the error was. So what it's saying is it wants to see the console logs. It's doing that every time. I'll bet you it's sending a request every time it does that too. Stupid thing. I should fix it really, so it doesn't send a request every time it throws that error. Okay. Control-Shift-I to open the inspect elements. There are no errors. Nice errors. Okay. copy console. Come back down here. Go. Console shows this. But actually we'll get it fixed that verification thing as well. If already logged in, remember login. So do not have to verify every time app is started. Plus console shows these errors etc. Yeah. So Twitter login status undefined. So it's not remembering. All it's doing is it's not remembering that it was already logged in. So yeah, so we already had that set up yesterday, so that'll be should be an easy fix for it. Yeah, so these scraping scripts and stuff, well, they need to be redone, but they'll be in a folder called data update or something, because they won't really be running full scrapes after you've got the initial data. They'll just be checking for updates for data, so new phone numbers, new reps, whatever. The database will be, and because we'll probably run different tables and stuff to an extent. They'll be in a folder called data. So a lot of the stuff needs to be in a bit of folder structure, just neater and tidier. And once you start separating bits of script out, like chunks of scripts that have certain purposes, you start putting them into, taking them all out of one file and creating a few different files, putting them in the correct folders and stuff. It's just much easier and more intuitive moving forward for anyone else who steps into the project, also for AI to understand it, and to keep track of it too. So, admittedly, I'm a bit lost with where it's at, which is why I'm just going to choose to do a brutal cleanup and then recreate. What are you doing now, bro? Okay, I've applied these two fixes. Have you now? I didn't accept anything. The initial login status, that's an extra login, just for the database is queried for politics and names. Please run anything start. You shouldn't see the undefined already logged in error. Yeah. Let's have a look. Yeah. I don't have a lot of faith this is gonna sort shit out anytime soon. See, should have shown us already logged in. Still doing this fucking shit. We. Okay, you have to be logged in to use it. I can only hope and pray that it's not putting in through a request, because you only get 100 of them and I've already used about 30 of them, I think. Proceed. Of course, the politician names, aren't they? Okay, cool. Because the problem is you have to close the app every time you update it. So, we need to fix the remember login function urgently. Please double check in depth. What are you up to, cat? I was wondering where you've been, buddy. Were you asleep under there, mate? Oh, look at your sleepy little face. Hello, little cat. Dry nose. Oh, I'll leave you alone. Put. Oh, big yawn. Okay, so cool. run operation handler. What are you trying to get me to do now? I've made the changes. Twitter client, detailed logs, run operation, now check Twitter client, temp reinitialize, using stored tokens. If it's null before proceeding with repost operation, put a note while adding the check and run operation is not a separate issue introduced when we switch the target drop down to use politician names. The run operation code was still trying to use the target ID, which is now the politician's name, right? As if it were the ID from the old Democrat targets. Yeah, okay. So we're switching. What it's talking about is the old setup was looking in the targets JSON for the data, which is good to set scene and stuff, because then you know that it's recognising, oh okay, we switched it over and that was the old and this is the new. This won't work. We're there. Extra steps. Look up the politician's details, specifically their Twitter handle from the database using their name. No, we don't need to worry about getting their Twitter handle anymore. I've added comments to do and a temporary placeholder. Okay. When the code where the lookup needs to happen, we'll need to fix this properly later for the repost. Okay, so what we'll actually do is, okay, the app has a new main function, which is simply to be able to search all politicians. Once you find the politician, it should open the detail card and have a button to launch the targeted attack on Twitter. We're gonna switch the language out. But for now, the code is written from the bunny perspective of military operations. We're not going to call it a targeted attack. We're going to call it a campaign. Right. At the moment, the app's kind of set up like that, so that AI is more likely to understand the language. Okay, big pivot. Let's restructure the app to focus on searching politicians and launching attacks from their detail view. Yes. Verify RPC handle. Right. Bunch of bullshit. Adapt the main. Verify RPC handles. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So now it grasps the concept that we're switching, we're pivoting from. The initial approach. So we've still got the same function of being able to launch an attack on a politician on Twitter. But the first priority is giving the user the ability to find the correct politician to attack. Right. So we're adding much more data and a search feature. And the search feature will have the detail card, which will have the Twitter handle on it, and their Facebook and all that stuff, right? And then you'll be able to use the function I showed you at the start, which AI goes and looks at the current latest post they made, evaluates that, and generates a response or a reply to that. And then the extended functionality will allow you not just to repost that on Twitter or reply to on Twitter, but you'll also be able to send it as an email to them. Or ring them. Or whatever. Right. Yeah. And of course, because we're getting all the voting information from them and their spins and everything, AI is going to be able to take all that into consideration when it writes them an email or a post. Right? So really powerful stuff. AI's starting to hang. Not sure why, but ideally I'd like to close this out and open it back up again. Because we are going through a bit of a messy phase here. You've got to obviously be writing words, implement the search functionality, display results, handle the detail modal, and connect the launch attack button. Great. So we are moving in the right direction here, actually. Right, yeah, so that is doing that. So, what slowed us down today was not being a bit more careful with developing the mining scripts. So we did get some data. It looks like we got quite a lot actually, which is a great starting point. So to expand on that data, I won't be using those old scripts for various reasons. But mostly what we want to do is, I'm just going to run some streamline light scripts, and I'll probably do about 5 runs, maybe a few more, to gather various bits of information, bring them back to the database for each position, and then after I've got lots of fields for politicians, basically delete the scrapes. We'll not delete them, but we'll combine them intuitively, and they will become an update script. So that this app updates its data every probably get it to up. Well, because we're looking at doing social media campaigning based on messaging of the day, we might actually get it to run the scripts daily. So really, depending on the time zone, you want it to run in the morning. So when everyone gets out of bed and decides to look at the campaigns for the day and the messages of the day, who's in the spotlight, what politicians, the app's already updated the data. Probably run some automation into gathering that information about what the messaging of the day is. So but when you get out of bed and open the app, it's already done all that in the background. And it's saying, this is the message of the day, this is the politician that's in the spotlight, this is the issue that we want to look at, or you might want to consider. And then you can click on more and go and check what they're saying. Are they saying, have they recognised that issue, or are they looking at another issue? So you can really get some good comparisons, man. And some solid knowledge into the messaging, like real on point shit, man. What's happening? Excuse me. Blowing in the wind. What's it done? Okay. Doesn't think there's any data in there, but we've seen the data. Yes, I have. In hindsight, building this app from scratch would have been probably easier. I mean, this new version. Right. But I don't mind. The only regret I have is the length of the video. Right? But the actual process of mucking around with this, trying to convert the old one to this new one, when it has such massive changes, there's such big changes that you might as well build from scratch. But I enjoy the process, to be honest with you. You learn a lot when you do it the wrong way. So is it really the wrong way if you're learning? Right. Truth of the matter is, this is such a mess though. Like, it'll work and that, but I'm now a bit lost in the code base. Like, there's so much going on me that this has kind of been like a planning stage and testing stage and development stage. So it would be probably cleaner to start a new app knowing what we know now and using that just the database, just some basic structure from this one, and building it again. That's probably easier than cleaning out what we currently have. Because it would happen real quick, because we have very clear direction now, very clear prompts for the AI, starting from fresh. Like, we need this. Alright. Here's the database. We want to use SQL. We can tell it all that stuff at the start. And it will mean the bunny stuff's gone. It won't even consider the bunny stuff. It won't consider the military operations. It'll just create a professional app with a professional appeal, with all of the functions that we have discussed. So it's not a waste of time, is what I'm saying. This is all part of what would you call it? Consultation, testing, developing. I'm pretty sure there's a word for it when you like, it's like brainstorming, but yeah. But I do want to have this app up tonight, available to download. With most of the features I've discussed. Because the truth is that once you get the data downloaded, AI will take care of generating all of the responses for the politicians. So that's really the heavy lifting of the app. The main objective of the app is to look at the data. Look at the latest post by the politicians, look at the latest post by your mega influencers, figure out what the messaging is, see if there's a disconnect, and connecting the messaging in campaigning, and developing on-brand, on-campaign messages with evidence, to back up what it's creating. We kind of had that going with the bunny thing, right? But I thought of some better ideas, some additional ideas to implement into that. Okay, where are we now? Let's have a look. Done. Changed the path. Okay. In your project directory, I also added the fallback logic to try connecting and read-only mode if read-write fails, just in case there is a permission issue. Now when you run and start the option app should be using the same database file as politician direct display. See, it's already moving away from the target, the military stuff, right? Because we're guiding it in that direction. So it's picking up on the thought train. Okay, I really want to double check this Twitter thing, because if it does the verification thing again, I'm going to be like, oh, what? If I am already logged in, will the app on start see that and bypass the login screen verification for Twitter processes? I had it working yesterday where if you were already logged in, it didn't take you to the login screen, right? Which is pretty standard, and it has log out there. So. But I'm going to have to close the app and relaunch it. So when I relaunch it, preferably, if I log in again, this will be fixed. Okay. Yep, should recognise your start. I've got a funny feeling that won't be working, but we'll certainly find out in a minute. Okay, we're still getting this error message here. What we'll actually do is take a screenshot of that, and I'll show you something pretty handy that you can do. Because you can't copy paste that. And you go into Grokky, and you paste the image, and you say, can you see the error system? I wouldn't even have to say system error message, I'm just doing it for any noobs that happen to be watching this. Can you see the system error message on screen? Can you evaluate and recommend a plan to fix it for my new desktop app? See, now there's a lot of crap on that screen, right? Obviously the error message is prominent on the screen. And I did this yesterday and it worked, so it's pretty good. So error analysis. So what we do with this is we go like this. Hasn't shoot. We'll do that. Copy and open Notepad. Paste. Oh shit. Control A. Paste. And save as era.txt. So we're saving it under the root directory of the project there. Then we come back to cursor and say there is an error analysis at error.txt on root. Can you read and apply the fix? It's not a big error, actually. It looks like a horrible error, but it's not. It's just some disconnects in the scripts. Oh, wow, okay. Look at that. It's already done that. I mean, alright, that's a pretty good start. Let's type in something. Nothing comes up. Lauren? Yeah, nah. We have to do a little bit more work to get that going. But the point is the new user interface is up and running. So I'm already logged in to Twitter. And to be honest, with this new app that we're developing here, we might not even have to actually have a login. We'll have to look at that because we do want to get some information from X, but there might be a way around using API. Probably not, but ideally Elon's mates want me $200 a month for a startup plan. Man. What's this doing? Come on. I did save it here, didn't I? Error. So that's pretty cool because we got a screenshot of the error that was on the screen that you couldn't copy and paste. And we put into Grok. Grok recognised the error, gave us an analysis and a recommendation to fix. Saved it as a text file into this project and told Gemini Google to read it and apply the fix. So okay, I've read the error.txt, error, blah, blah, blah. More than one main process, Electron only allows one handler per channel name. This usually happens if the code that registers the handler is run multiple times. Okay, so it's figured it all out. And it's similar and check prevent duplicate registration, also apply this check to the other handlers recently. So what it's doing is it is actually going through and cleaning or rearranging code, so it's slowly switching from the bunny setup. But still, there will be a lot of residual rubbish from the old app in here that would take probably a long time to go through and figure out. So more than likely, what we'll do is we'll create a README of this project, and we'll actually manually go through the README with the AI, or delete parts of the README that don't make sense or are risky or whatever, and we will put that README into the new project folder, and then tell AI to build this app, rebuild this app using the README. Alright, cool. So yeah. This check prevents the app from crashing. So is it good to go? Meow. Shouldn't do that. But one. So how many hours are we on? 5 hours. Okay. But we've actually done the crux of the work, believe it or not. Even though you're not seeing much on the front end here, we've actually done I'd say, I don't know, 6% of the work or something. But I say I am an hour about 60% because I really think that actually to get it to the point that I was talking about, it'll actually happen a lot quicker than 5 hours. I say that, but probably within another 5 hours, I would be surprised if it's not done. It'll probably be 12 o'clock tonight. You should try running it now. Yeah, okay. Let's try and run it. We'll close it. Run it again. Now, hopefully that error doesn't come up. No. Okay. Oh, look at that. Perfect. See? Now we're talking, aren't we? Alright. So, I potentially look at that. I can see the Twitter handle's not there for them. Which is part of that data collection thing, right? So we have to go and be a bit more. We don't have to search there. Who has a Twitter handle? Chef. No, he does. Search probably isn't working. No. Adam. It might not have clicked any Twitter handles actually. So we won't be able to launch an attack. But that function of launching an attack is still there, right? So it'll still go. Once you get these Twitter handles, it'll go and look at the latest post, right? Now, really, what you want to do is go and look at all of the Democrat posts, and then summarise what they're all talking about, and it'll put a weight on topics, and it'll go, the weight of this topic is more than all the other topics. So basically, that is the weight on the internet for the Democrats today, right? And then what you do is you basically, whoever's running the Republican side of things, right? Or MAGA, I should say. That's how you look at what the issues of the day are, right? So at the moment, some pretty clever people on the internet, I know what's going on. They're using tools not quite like this. They would probably be looking at tools like this and thinking that's a bloody good idea, and they will probably build them themselves, and they already have big platforms, so they can have a lot more success than me very quickly because they already have an audience, right? And they're not going to pay me to do this for them, right? They're going to take the idea for themselves. I watch it happen all the time. So anyway, what we're going to do is we're going to take a screenshot of that. And so you've seen the development of that, and we now have the database working, the launch bunny thing in there. We just have to basically redo the readme so it's more streamlined, cuts all the crap out of there about the bunnies and all that, and then take that readme file, put it in a new folder, and then get AI to read the readme and rebuild this. Okay. And the only thing I'll take out of here would probably be the politicians.db. Right. I'll get it to reinstall all the dependencies and stuff, because it's got a lot of dependencies in there from the previous thing. Oh, the .env, which has got the APIs in it. I need to delete those APIs actually because I exposed one earlier. And that's probably about it. And I'll get AI to rebuild it. AI will rebuild this in 10 minutes without all crap and everything. But I'm gonna take a screenshot of this, and we're gonna go to Twitter, and we're going to be a bit of a smart ass, but not entirely a smart ass. Yep. Now they probably take offence to this, but I would hope not, because you would have to be a real novice to take offence at this, because really I'm helping. Like I was saying, if I was a competitor, I would not be showing them what I was doing. Right? I'd just do it, and then I'd market it. Probably. Well, that's debatable about whether it would be more successful, because they have banned in that, and I'm not going to deny those guys have. I mean, they deserve a lot more respect than me. Absolutely. But when it comes to these development things and that, I'm not throwing shade on these guys. I'm saying, come on, man, like, get on top of this shit. 5 or so more hours, and this will be a campaign nuclear weapon. AI nuclear weapon. We'll give them a clue. Nuclear messaging. Because at the end of the day, I'm not here to try and step on them or anything. I'm just saying, man, these are good ideas. You guys should be doing this. Yeah. Alright, so I'm going to close up this, delete those APIs, or regenerate them, and I will catch you in the next block.